Hey there, welcome to my channel. Tonight, we're diving into 3 hours of gripping true crime cases. Real stories of mystery, betrayal, and cold-blooded crimes, all set against the soothing backdrop of rain. It's the perfect blend of calm and unsettling. If these cases draw you in, tap that like button, share with your fellow true crime lovers, and subscribe to join our curious community. I'm always wondering, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Drop it in the comments below. Now settle in and let's dig into the darkness. Story 1. The morning sun barely pierced the thick fog that clung to the streets of Franklin, Tennessee. On February 4th, 2007, the air was heavy. The kind of damp chill that seeped into bones and made people pull their coats tighter. In a quiet cul-de-sac in the Sullivan Farms neighborhood, a modest brick house stood silent, its windows dark. Inside, Brandy Higgs, a 27-year-old mother and wife, lay lifeless on her living room floor, her body surrounded by the ordinary clutter of a family home. A child's toy truck, a half-empty coffee mug, a folded blanket. The scene was eerily still, save for the faint hum of a television left on, casting flickering light across the room. Her 2-year-old son, Ethan, unharmed but alone, sat in his crib upstairs, his cries unheard in the early hours. This was the moment that would unravel a community, a family, and a marriage, exposing a tangle of love, betrayal, and violence that no one in Franklin could have foreseen. Brandy Higgs was known for her warmth, her quick smile, and her devotion to her young son, Ethan. She was the kind of person who remembered birthdays, who brought homemade cookies to neighborhood gatherings, and who always seemed to have time to listen. Born and raised in Franklin, a city proud of its small-town charm just south of Nashville, Brandy had built a life that seemed from the outside to be picture-perfect. She had married her high school sweetheart, Michael Higgs, a man whose quiet demeanor and steady job as a mechanic made him a reliable, if unremarkable, presence in her life. Together, they had Ethan, a breech-aid toddler who was the center of Bry's world. To neighbors, the Higgs family was just another thread in the fabric of their close, knit community, unassuming and familiar. But beneath the surface, tensions simmered, secrets festered, and a darkness was growing that would soon erupt into tragedy. The day began like any other for the Higgs household. Michael left early for work at the auto shop, kissing Brandy goodbye as she stirred a pot of oatmeal for Ethan. She had plans to take him to the park, later to let him run through the grass and chase the ducks by the pond. It was a Sunday, a day for family, for rest, for the simple joys of routine. But by mid-morning, something had gone terribly wrong. A neighbor, noticing the unusual quietness of the Higgs home and the car still parked in the driveway, grew concerned. She knocked on the door, but there was no answer. Peering through a window, she saw Bry's body on the floor, her face pale, her eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. Panic seized her, and she called 911, her voice trembling as she described the scene. Police arrived swiftly, their sirens cutting through the fog. The officers entered the home with caution, their boots heavy on the hardwood floor. They found Brandy, her body cold, her life extinguished by a single gunshot wound to the chest. Ethan, miraculously unharmed, was found in his crib, his small hands clutching the bars as he whimpered. The scene was both heartbreaking and perplexing. There were no signs of forced entry, no shattered windows or broken locks. The house was orderly, save for the tragedy in the living room. The television was still playing a children's show, its cheerful music a stark contrast to the grim reality. Investigators immediately began to piece together the timeline, but the absence of obvious clues made the case feel like a puzzle with missing pieces. Detective Sarah Coleman, a seasoned investigator with the Franklin Police Department, took the lead. She was a woman of sharp instincts, her eyes always scanning for details others might miss. Her colleagues respected her for her ability to remain calm under pressure. But this case struck a chord. As a mother herself, the thought of Ethan alone in his crib while his mother lay dead downstairs haunted her. She stood in the living room, her gaze lingering on Bry's body, noting the way her hand was curled as if reaching for something just out of grasp. The bullet had entered cleanly, suggesting a close-range shot, but the gun was nowhere to be found. Coleman's mind raced with questions. Who had been in this house? Why was there no sign of a struggle? And where was Michael Higgs? Michael was located at the auto shop, his hands stained with grease, his face pale when officers informed him of Bry's death. He collapsed into a chair, his eyes wide with shock, his words stumbling over one another. "I don't understand," he kept repeating, his voice barely above a whisper. "She was fine when I left. Who would do this?" His grief seemed genuine, but Coleman's training had taught her to look beyond surface emotions. She noted the way Michael's hands shook, the way his eyes darted to the floor when asked about his morning. He claimed he had been at work since 6 a.m., a fact his co-workers initially corroborated. But something in his demeanor, perhaps the slight hesitation in his answers or the way he avoided her gaze, made Coleman pause. She didn't trust her gut alone, but it was enough to make her dig deeper. The investigation began in earnest, with officers canvassing the neighborhood for witnesses. Sullivan Farms was a place where people knew each other's routines, where a stranger would stand out. Yet, no one reported seeing anything unusual that morning. A few neighbors mentioned hearing a loud noise, perhaps a gunshot around 8 a.m., but they had dismissed it as a car backfiring or a door slamming. The lack of concrete leads frustrated Coleman, but she was methodical, determined to uncover the truth. Forensic teams combed the house, collecting fingerprints, fibers, and traces of DNA. They found no evidence of an intruder, but they did find something curious. A faint smear of blood on the kitchen counter, too small to be noticeable without close inspection. It wasn't enough to draw conclusions, but it was a thread to pull. As the days passed, the community of Franklin rallied around Ethan, who was now in the care of Bry's parents, Linda and Tom Reynolds. The Reynoldses were devastated, their home filled with the weight of grief. Linda, a soft-spoken woman with graying hair, clutched Ethan tightly, as if afraid he too might be taken from her. Tom, a retired school teacher, was quieter, his anger simmering beneath a stoic exterior. They couldn't fathom who would want to harm their daughter, a woman who seemed to have no enemies. At Bry's funeral, the church overflowed with mourners, their faces a mix of sorrow and disbelief. The pastor spoke of Bry's kindness, her love for her son, and her unwavering faith. But even as the community grieved, whispers began to spread. Was Michael telling the truth? Could someone so close to Brandy have been involved? Coleman's investigation zeroed in on Michael, not because of hard evidence, but because statistics pointed to the spouse in cases like this. She interviewed him multiple times, each session more probing than the last. Michael's story remained consistent. He had left for work early, kissed Brandy goodbye, and spent the morning at the shop. His co-workers confirmed his presence, but Coleman noticed discrepancies in their accounts. One mechanic, a young man named Jake, seemed nervous, his eyes flickering when asked about Michael's exact whereabouts. Pressed further, Jake admitted that Michael had stepped out for about an hour that morning, claiming he needed to run an errand. This gap in Michael's alibi was the first crack in his story, and Coleman seized on it. Meanwhile, Bry's parents shared their own concerns. Linda revealed that Brandy had confided in her about troubles in her marriage. Michael had been distant, she said, prone to sudden bursts of anger over small things. Brandy had wondered if he was hiding something, though she never elaborated. Tom, less diplomatic, called Michael controlling, recounting how he had once seen Michael grip Bry's arm too tightly during an argument at a family barbecue. These were not accusations of murder, but they painted a picture of a marriage under strain. Coleman filed this away, knowing that motive often lay in the quiet fractures of a relationship. The forensic results began to trickle in, offering both clarity and new questions. The blood smear on the kitchen counter matched Bry's, suggesting she might have been injured before the fatal shot. Ballistics confirmed the bullet was from a .38 caliber revolver, a common weapon, but one not found in the Higgs home. The absence of the murder weapon was a significant hurdle, as was the lack of gunshot residue on Michael's hands when he was tested hours after the crime. Still, Coleman's instincts told her Michael was central to the case. She requested phone records, bank statements, and access to Michael's car, hoping to find a thread that would tie him to the scene. The phone records revealed something unexpected. Michael had been in frequent contact with a woman named Rachel Carter, a co-worker at the auto shop. Rachel, a single mother in her early 30s, was known for her flirtatious nature and had been seen laughing with Michael at work. When Coleman interviewed her, Rachel was evasive, claiming she and Michael were just friends, but text messages between them suggested otherwise. Intimate late-night conversations that hinted at an affair. One message sent the night before Bry's death read, "I can't keep doing this. We need to figure it out." Coleman's pulse quickened as she read it. Was this the marriage, the affair, or something more sinister? Rachel's reluctance to talk only deepened Coleman's suspicions. Under pressure, Rachel admitted she and Michael had been involved for months, but she insisted she knew nothing about Bry's death. She claimed Michael had been with her briefly that morning, stopping by her apartment to talk before heading back to work. This accounted for the gap in Michael's alibi, but it also placed him away from the shop at the time of the murder. Rachel's apartment was a 15-minute drive from the Higgs home, close enough for Michael to have made a detour, but without physical evidence tying him to the scene, Coleman needed more. The investigation took a turn when a neighbor's security camera, overlooked in the initial canvas, surfaced with grainy footage. It showed a car resembling Michael's pulling into the Higgs driveway at 7:45 a.m., then leaving 20 minutes later. The time stamp aligned with the estimated time of death. Coleman confronted Michael with this, and his composure faltered. He claimed he had forgotten to mention returning home to grab a tool he needed for work. The explanation felt flimsy, and Coleman's team searched Michael's car, finding a single .38 caliber bullet in the glove compartment. It wasn't a smoking gun, but it was enough to justify a deeper look. As the weeks turned into months, the case grew colder. The community's initial shock gave way to frustration, with many pointing fingers at Michael, but lacking the evidence to convict him. Ethan, now 3, was thriving with his grandparents, but the loss of his mother left an unspoken void. Linda and Tom became vocal advocates for justice, organizing vigils and speaking to local news outlets like the Tennessean, which covered the case extensively. Their pleas kept the story alive. but the lack of progress weighed heavily on Coleman. She pored over every detail, from the blood smear to the security footage, convinced the answer was there if she could just see it. A breakthrough came nearly a year later, in January 2008, when a tip came from an unlikely source: Jake, the nervous mechanic. He contacted Coleman, his voice shaking, and confessed that he had lied about Michael's alibi. Michael had asked him to cover for him, claiming he needed to handle something personal. Jake, fearing he'd lose his job, had gone along with it. More damningly, Jake revealed that Michael had access to a .38 revolver, one he kept in a toolbox at the shop. A search of the shop turned up nothing, but Jake's statement was enough to secure a warrant for Michael's arrest. Michael was charged with second-degree murder in February 2008. The trial, held in the Williamson County Courthouse, gripped Franklin. Prosecutors argued that Michael, trapped in a failing marriage and an affair, had killed Brandy in a moment of rage or desperation. The motive was murky, perhaps an argument over his infidelity, perhaps a plan to start anew with Rachel, but the evidence was compelling. The security footage, the bullet in Michael's car, and Jake's testimony painted a picture of opportunity and deceit. The defense countered that the case was circumstantial, with no murder weapon or direct witnesses. Michael took the stand, his voice steady as he professed his love for Brandy and his innocence. But the jury saw the cracks in his story, the inconsistencies that Coleman had painstakingly uncovered. After a 3-week trial, Michael Higgs was convicted of second-degree murder on April 15, 2008. He was sentenced to 20 years in prison, a term that felt both too long and too short to those who loved Brandy. The courtroom was silent as the verdict was read, save for Linda's quiet sobs and Tom's clenched fists. Ethan, too young to understand, played with a toy car in the hallway, oblivious to the weight of the moment. Coleman, watching from the back of the room, felt a mix of relief and emptiness. She had solved the case, but the cost was a family shattered, a child without a mother, and a community forever changed. In the years that followed, Franklin tried to heal. Linda and Tom raised Ethan, filling his life with love and stability. They told him stories of his mother, of her laughter and her fierce devotion to him. The house on Sullivan Farms was sold, its memories too painful to keep. Michael maintained his innocence from prison, his appeals denied one after another. Rachel Carter moved away, her role in the tragedy a footnote in the town's collective memory. Coleman moved on to other cases, but Bry's face stayed with her, a reminder of why she did this work. The Brandy Higgs case was a quiet tragedy rooted in the ordinary struggles of love and betrayal, yet its impact lingered in Franklin. A reminder that even in a place where everyone knows your name, darkness can hide in plain sight. For those who knew Brandy, the pain of her loss was tempered only by the hope that Ethan would grow up knowing how much his mother loved him, and that justice, however imperfect, had been served. Story 2. The evening of November 15, 2017. Draped Lincoln, Nebraska, in a quiet chill. The kind that settled into the bones as the prairie winds whispered across the flatlands, carrying the scent of frost and distant wood smoke. In a modest apartment near the city's bustling Haymarket district, where brick storefronts glowed under streetlights, Sydney Loof was preparing for a second date, her phone buzzing with excitement as she texted her friend Tara Gari at 24. Sydney was a cashier at Menards, her days spent ringing up lumber and tools, her nights filled with dreams of a life beyond the checkout lane. Known for her warm smile and tomboyish charm, she was a young woman full of life. her apartment cluttered with fishing rods, family photos, and a worn tackle box that spoke of her roots in Nye, a small town 130 miles northwest. Her dark hair pulled back, her eyes bright with anticipation. She slipped on a jacket and headed out into the night, driving 40 meters south to Wilbur for a date arranged through Tinder. Unbeknownst to her, she was walking into a trap so sinister it would unravel her life and shake Nebraska to its core, leaving a family shattered and a community haunted by the darkness of human intent. Sydney Irene Laff was born on August 21st, 1993, in Broken Bow, a small town in Custer County, Nebraska, where the plains stretched endlessly under wide, unyielding skies. The daughter of George and Susie Loof, she grew up in Arcadia, a speck of a town where neighbors knew each other's stories, and life revolved around family and the outdoors. Alongside her older brother Levi and younger sister Mackenzie, Sydney was raised in a home filled with love. Their backyard, a playground of tree swings and bike rides to the local pool. George, a school principal with a steady presence, and Susie, a dedicated mother who poured her heart into her children, fostered a tight-knit family. Sydney was a tomboy, her childhood marked by fishing trips with her father and brother. Her skill with a rod legendary in the family. They fished the Missouri River near Yankton, South Dakota, or the waters around Valentine, Nebraska, Sydney's laughter echoing as she reeled in bass, her competitive streak outmatching even her father. She played basketball and golf in junior high, her athleticism a source of pride until scoliosis, diagnosed in her teens, curved her spine and ended her sports dreams. Despite the pain, she remained active, her love for the outdoors unshaken, her spirit resilient. After graduating from Nyadel High School in 2011, Sydney stayed close to home, working as a cashier at Menards in Norfolk, her smile a constant as she chatted with customers. In 2015, she transferred to the Menards near 27th Street and Cornhusker Highway in Lincoln, moving to the city to be closer to Levi and Mackenzie, who had also settled there. Her apartment, a small one-bedroom on the edge of the Haymarket, was a reflection of her roots. Fishing rods leaned against the wall. Photos of her family lined the shelves. A tackle box sat on the coffee table. Sydney was messy but kind, her siblings recalling her habit of leaving dishes in the sink, but always making time to help a friend in need. She was the sort to give a corker her lunch or drive a stranded stranger home. Her empathy a quiet strength. Single and cautious about romance, she joined Tinder in 2017, hoping to meet someone new. Her profile a playful nod to her fishing prowess. Her bio reading, "Catch me by the river." Friends like Tara described her as trusting but not naive. Her optimism tempered by a practical streak honed in small-town Nebraska. Lincoln, a city of 280,000, was a vibrant contrast to Nye's quiet fields. Home to the University of Nebraska and the state capital, it buzzed with students, government workers, and a growing art scene. Sydney loved its energy. Her evenings spent at coffee shops with Tara, or watching Cornhuskers games with co-workers. Her job at Menards was steady, her shifts long but manageable, her savings earmarked for a future she hadn't yet defined. Perhaps social work, where her caring nature could shine. She was close to her family, calling Susie every few days, her voice bright as she shared stories of work or her latest fishing trip. But her trusting nature, a strength in her small-town world, would lead her into the path of two predators whose motives were as dark as the Nebraska night. their intentions hidden behind a facade of charm and promises. The predators were Aubrey Trail, 51, and Bailey Boswell, 23. A couple whose relationship was a twisted knot of manipulation and crime. Trail, born in Oklahoma, was a career criminal, his life a trail of fraud and theft across the Midwest. With silver hair and a gruff voice, he had a charismatic edge that masked his predatory cunning. His rap sheet, including bad checks, stolen antiques, and a 2017 federal charge for transporting stolen goods across state lines. He styled himself as a leader, spinning tales of a lifestyle that blended occult beliefs with criminal schemes, promising wealth and power to those he drew in. Boswell, a young woman from Lyon, Iowa, was his accomplice. Her own past, troubled by a 2016 DUI and a knack for luring others into their world. Petite, with dark hair, she was 23 when she met Sydney. Her Tinder profile, a carefully crafted lure. Her charm, a weapon honed under Trail's guidance. They lived in a basement apartment in Wilbur, a town of 1,800, its quiet streets a stark contrast to their cluttered home filled with occult symbols, stolen electronics, and the tools of their crimes. Trail and Boswell's operation, described in court records as a cult-like group, involved recruiting young women through Tinder, promising luxury and belonging, but delivering coercion and control. They targeted vulnerable women, offering money and companionship, but their true intent was darker, with testimony later revealing talk of gaining powers through murder. Sydney, matched with Boswell on Tinder in early November, was their latest target. Her warmth and trust of vulnerability they exploited. Their first date on November 14th was a test, a trip to a casino in Council Bluffs, Iowa, where they smoked and laughed. Sydney texting terror that she felt a spark, unaware of the trap being set. Boswell, playing the role of a romantic interest, invited her to Wilbur for a second date, promising a quiet night. Sydney, hopeful, agreed. Her decision, a step toward a fate she couldn't imagine. The crime, detailed in court records from Saline County District Court, unfolded with calculated cruelty on that November evening. Sydney left her apartment at 6 p.m., her silver Ford Fusion cutting through the dark as she drove the 40 miles to Wilbur, her phone pinging cell towers along Highway 77. She arrived at Trail in Boswell's apartment at 6:30 p.m., the basement space dim, its air heavy with cigarette smoke and the faint scent of bleach. 24 minutes later, her phone went dark, its signal lost, a silence that marked the beginning of a nightmare. Inside, according to prosecutors, Sydney was lured into a trap. Trail, present in the apartment, later claimed in court he strangled her with an extension cord, an act he insisted was unplanned. Driven by fear she'd exposed their lifestyle of theft and coercion. Boswell, an active participant, helped restrain her. Their actions of brutal betrayal of the trust Sydney had extended. Her second date, a deadly ruse. The details of Sydney's final moments are harrowing, pieced together from Trail's confession, forensic evidence, and testimony from women who'd escaped their group. She was strangled, the extension cord cutting into her neck, her body still as the life drained from her. Trail and Boswell, methodical in their horror, dismembered her with a hacksaw and tins purchased hours earlier at Home Depot, their receipts later found by police. They worked in the apartment's bathroom, the tiles slick with blood, wrapping her remains in black plastic trash bags. Over the next hours, they drove through Clay County, scattering her body across gravel roads and ditches, the bags hidden under frost and weeds. The act was cold, deliberate. Their movements tracked by cell tower data showing their car crisscrossing rural Nebraska, their phones pinging in sync with Sydney's last signal. They returned to Wilbur, believing they'd covered their tracks, their lives resuming as if nothing had changed. Sydney's absence was noticed the next day, November 16th. When she failed to show up for her 7 a.m. shift at Menards, Tara, worried, called her phone. The calls going to voicemail, her texts unanswered. She contacted Susie, who drove from Naylor to Lincoln, her heart sinking as she found Sydney's apartment empty, her bed unmade, her fishing rods untouched. Susie called Lincoln police, her voice trembling as she reported her daughter missing, her fear mounting with each unanswered call. Detective Ryan Hoffman, a seasoned officer with the Lincoln Police Department, took the case, his team launching a search that gripped Nebraska. Sydney's face, with her warm smile and dark eyes, was plastered on billboards, flyers, and news reports. Her silver Ford Fusion, a key clue. Her bank card, used at a Casey's gas station in Wilbur at 2 a.m. on November 16th, led police to the town where they found her car abandoned near a grain elevator, its keys missing, its interior untouched. The community rallied, volunteers from Lincoln and Nolly combing fields and riverbanks, their hope fading as days turned to weeks. Police following the bank card lead interviewed Wilbur residents, their focus narrowing to Trail and Boswell's apartment, its proximity to the car a red flag. Surveillance footage from the Caseys showed Boswell using Sydney's card, her face clear under the fluorescent lights. On November 30th, before the body was found, Trail and Boswell were arrested in Branson, Missouri on unrelated federal charges for transporting stolen antiques across state lines. Their bizarre Facebook videos posted days earlier proclaimed their innocence. Trail ranting at police, Boswell silent but defiant, their words fueling public outrage. On December 4th and 5th, 2017, a farmer in Clay County, 60 miles from Wilbur, found black plastic bags along a gravel road, their contents spilling into the frost. Police, alerted by the discovery, confirmed the remains were Sydney's, her body cut into 13 pieces, her identity verified by a tattoo of a sunflower on her hip, and dental records. The discovery, reported by the New York Times, sent shockwaves through Nebraska. The brutality unthinkable in a state known for its quiet plains and tight-knit communities. The medical examiner, Dr. Michelle Elef, detailed in court records a cause of death by strangulation. The extension cord's marks clear on Sydney's neck. The dismemberment, post-mortem, the tools matching wounds on her remains. The Loof family, notified in a lie, collapsed in grief. George clutching a photo of Sydney fishing, Susie sobbing. She didn't deserve this. The investigation led by Hoffman and the Nebraska State Patrol was relentless. Surveillance footage from Home Depot in Lincoln showed Trail and Boswell buying bleach, trash bags, a hacksaw, and tin snips on November 15th, hours before Sydney's arrival, their faces calm under the store's lights. Cell tower data mapped their movements, their phones pinging in Wilbur and Clay County, syncing with Sydney's last signal. DNA on the tools found in their apartment matched Sydney's blood, the hacksaw's teeth aligning with cuts on her bones. Testimony from 3 women who'd been part of their group was chilling. One telling prosecutors of Trail's talk of gaining powers through murder, another describing Boswell's role in luring women via Tinder. The women granted immunity detailed a pattern of manipulation, their stories corroborating the evidence. Trail in custody confessed after the body was found, admitting to the strangulation, but claiming it was spontaneous. A lie contradicted by the premeditated purchases and his own statements about fearing exposure. The trials held in Saline and Dawson counties, where a media storm Trail's trial in July 2019 was marked by chaos. On the third day, he slashed his throat in court with a smuggled razor blade, yelling, "Bailey is innocent and I curse you all." The outburst, deemed calculating by Judge Vicky Johnson, didn't sway the jury, who convicted him of first-degree murder, conspiracy, and improper disposal of remains after 2 hours. The prosecution, led by Assistant Attorney General Corey O'Brien, presented a damning case. The Home Depot receipts, the cell data, the DNA, and testimony from the women. Trail's defense, led by Joe and Ben Murray, argued diminished capacity, citing his mental state, but the evidence was overwhelming. In June 2021, a 3-judge panel sentenced him to death. Johnson, citing exceptional depravity in the murder's brutality, the dismemberment of final act of cruelty. Trail, reading a statement, admitted killing Sydney, but denied premeditation, claiming he feared she'd report their crimes, a claim the court rejected. Boswell's trial, delayed by COVID-19 and moved to Dawson County, began in October 2020. The prosecution, again led by O'Brien, detailed her role as the lure. Her Tinder messages to Sydney calculated, her presence during the murder active. The same evidence, receipts, DNA, cell data, was presented alongside testimony from the women, one describing Boswell's chilling calm as she discussed killing for power. The defense, led by Todd Lancaster, claimed she was under Trail's control, a victim of his manipulation. But the jury, after 3 hours, convicted her of first-degree murder, conspiracy, and improper disposal of remains. In November 2021, a 3-judge panel sentenced her to life without parole, sparing her the death penalty, a decision that sparked debate as she'd have been Nebraska's first woman on death row. The Loof family, barred from the courtroom by COVID-19 restrictions, waited outside, their relief tempered by grief. The Loof family, broken but resilient, created an annual fishing tournament in her honor, its proceeds supporting local youth programs. The banks of the Elkhorn River lined with anglers each summer. George and Susie, their home now quieter, kept Sydney's tackle box on display, her rods a reminder of her joy. Levi and Mackenzie, now in their 30s, spoke of her at vigils, their memories of her laughter a balm for their pain. Trail on death row at Tecumseh State Prison, lost his appeal in November 2022. The Nebraska Supreme Court upholding his sentence, his fate sealed in a state where executions are rare. Boswell, at Nebraska Correctional Center for Women in York, remains silent. Her appeals ongoing, but unlikely to succeed. Her life a series of gray days behind bars. By September 2025, the Sydney Loof case remains a scar on Nebraska, its details etched in the collective memory of a state unaccustomed to such horror. Billboards in Lincoln, once pleading for Sydney's return, now advertise community events, but her name lingers in conversations, her smile a fixture in the Lies Community Center. Story 3. The morning of August 12, 2018, broke over Sanford, Florida, with the kind of humid stillness that clung to the skin, the air heavy with the promise of a late summer storm. Sanford, a small city nestled along the shores of Lake Monroe, was a place of modest homes and shaded streets, where the scent of jasmine mingled with the hum of air conditioners, and neighbors waved from porches, as they sip sweet tea in a tidy ranch-style house on West 20th Street, where the lawn was neatly trimmed and the basketball hoop stood weathered but proud. Jordan Davies, a 17-year-old high school senior, was starting his day. His backpack, slung over one shoulder, was stuffed with textbooks and a notebook filled with sketches of bridges and buildings. His dreams of becoming an engineer etched in every line. His earbuds blasted hip-hop, the bass a steady rhythm as he laced his sneakers. His quick smile a familiar sight to his parents, Marcus and Alicia, who were already up. Their morning routine a quiet dance of coffee and conversation. To his family, friends and teachers, Jordan was a beacon of potential. A young man who carried the hopes of a community still scarred by its past. But beneath the surface of Sanford's calm, a tragedy was brewing. One that would erupt in a crime that shook the town to its core, leaving a family shattered and a city grappling with questions of justice, race, and redemption. Jordan Davies was born in 2001 in Sanford, a town with a complex history. Its name etched in the national consciousness by the 2012 Trayvon Martin case, a tragedy that had exposed its racial divides and lingered like a shadow. The only child of Marcus and Alicia Davies, Jordan grew up in a home filled with love, though money was often tight. Marcus, a mechanic at a local auto shop, was a man of few words but deep pride. His hands stained with grease. His evenings spent teaching Jordan how to fix carburetors or change oil. Their garage, a classroom of practical dreams. Alicia, a part-time receptionist at a medical clinic, was the family's heart, her warmth filling their home with the aroma of fried chicken and collard greens. Her laughter a constant even on tough days. Jordan, their pride and joy, was a bright child. His teachers at Sanford Middle School noting his curiosity, his habit of asking questions that went beyond the textbook. Why bridges stood strong, how engines roared to life. By high school, at Seal High, he was a standout in the honors program, his math and science grades earning him praise. His dreams of studying engineering at the University of Florida a constant topic with his best friend, Malik, a lanky poet with a quick wit. Sanford, for all its charm, was a town of contrasts. Its historic downtown, with its brick storefronts and riverfront parks, drew tourists who strolled along Lake Monroe, their cameras capturing the quaint beauty. But beyond the postcard scenes lay pockets of poverty, where families struggled to make ends meet, and the legacy of racial tension simmered. Jordan navigated this world with a quiet confidence. His friends, a diverse crew of black, white, and Hispanic kids who shared his love for pickup basketball at Fort Mellon Park and late-night video game sessions. He was known for his loyalty, his habit of helping classmates with algebra or sharing his lunch with those who had none. At the grocery store, where he worked weekends, bagging groceries to save for college, he was a favorite among customers, his smile disarming, his chatter about engineering a spark of ambition. But the pressure to succeed, to lift his family out of financial strain, weighed heavily. His parents' modest income barely covered the bills, and Jordan's college dreams depended on scholarships. His application essays filled with hope and determination. The shadow that would end Jordan's life came in the form of Robert Ellison, a 42-year-old drifter who had settled in Sanford after a string of petty crimes across Central Florida. Ellison, a white man with a weathered face and a rap sheet for theft and assault, was a familiar figure in the town's rougher corners, his life marked by instability and resentment. He lived in a run-down apartment near the railroad tracks, its walls stained with mildew, its floor littered with empty liquor bottles. His days were spent scavenging for odd jobs, painting fences, cleaning gutters. His nights fueled by cheap whiskey and a growing anger at a world that seemed to have left him behind. Ellison had crossed paths with Jordan once before in February 2018 at the grocery store where Jordan worked. An altercation over a spilled bag of groceries. Ellison's fault. His hands, clumsy from drink, had left him humiliated. Jordan's calm apology met with a muttered racial slur and a glare that lingered to Ellison. Jordan was a symbol of everything he resented. Youth potential, a community that seemed to move forward while he was stuck in the mire. What began as a fleeting grudge turned into a fixation, his mind twisting Jordan into a target for his rage. The crime detailed in court records from Seymour County Circuit Court and reported by the Orlando Sentinel and the Miami Herald unfolded with chilling suddenness on that August morning. Around 7:30 a.m., Jordan left his house, his backpack heavy with books, his route to school taking him through a quiet alley off West 20th Street, a shortcut he'd used for years. The alley, shaded by sprawling live oaks and lined with chain-link fences, was a familiar path. Its silence broken only by the chirp of cicadas and the occasional bark of a dog. Ellison, who had been watching Jordan for weeks, waited in the shadows, his anger fueled by a night of drinking and a warped sense of vengeance. He had tracked Jordan's routine, noting his early walks, his solitary moments in the alley. Armed with a hunting knife he'd stolen from a pawn shop, its blade glinting in the morning light, Ellison approached, his steps deliberate, his face twisted with rage. Jordan, sensing danger, turned, his earbuds falling as he raised his hands in defense. "What do you want?" he asked, his voice steady but laced with fear. According to Mrs. Clara Thompson, a retired teacher who overheard the exchange from her backyard, her morning routine interrupted by the sound. The confrontation was brief but brutal. Ellison lunged, the knife catching Jordan in the chest, a single fatal wound that severed his aorta. Jordan staggered, his backpack falling to the pavement, his hands clutching the wound as blood soaked his shirt, pooling beneath him in the alley's dirt. He gasped, his eyes wide with shock, his body collapsing as Ellison stood over him, his breath ragged, his hands trembling. The attack, over in seconds, was a burst of violence that left no room for mercy. Ellison, panicked but cold, fled the alley, discarding the knife in a dumpster 2 blocks away, its blade still wet with Jordan's blood. Mrs. Thompson, walking her dog, saw Jordan collapse and ran to his side, her screams alerting neighbors. She dropped to her knees, her hands trembling as she pressed her scarf against the wound. Jordan's eyes fluttering, his breath shallow. "Hold on, baby," she whispered, her voice breaking as she dialed 911. The operator's calm instructions, a faint lifeline. Paramedics arrived within minutes, their sirens piercing the morning, their faces grim as they worked to save him. But the wound was too severe, the blood loss too great. Jordan was pronounced dead at the scene, his body covered with a sheet as police cordoned off the alley, their radios crackling with urgency. The Sanford Police Department launched an immediate investigation. Their homicide unit, led by Detective Maria Lopez, a seasoned officer with a reputation for tenacity and a personal connection to Sanford's struggles, having grown up in its tougher neighborhoods. The alley was a treasure trove of evidence. Jordan's backpack, its contents scattered. A partial footprint in the dirt, the tread matching a common sneaker brand, and a drop of blood that didn't match Jordan's, later identified as Ellison's from a cut on his hand. Mrs. Thompson's description of a man in a grey jacket fleeing the alley. His face scratched was a critical lead, her memory sharp despite the shock. Surveillance footage from a gas station on Lake Mary Boulevard, 2 blocks away, showed Ellison discarding a knife in a dumpster. His face caught on camera, a scratch visible on his cheek. The knife, recovered hours later by a forensic team, bore Ellison's fingerprints in Jordan's blood, its blade a perfect match for the wound. By August 13th, police had a name. Ellison's prior arrests for theft in 2016 and an assault in 2017, making him a person of interest. His apartment search that evening revealed a map with Jordan's address circled, scribbled notes ranting about that kid from the store, a chilling glimpse into his obsession. The community's reaction was swift and visceral. Sanford, still haunted by the Trayvon Martin case, erupted in grief and anger, the alley becoming a makeshift memorial, its pavement covered with flowers, candles, and notes for Jordan. Protests formed outside City Hall, residents demanding justice, their signs reading, "Jordan deserves better," and Sanford stands together. The Orlando Sentinel reported the growing tension, noting the town's history of racial divides, though police emphasized the crime's motive was personal, not racial. Ellison's grudge tied to a single encounter. Posts mourned Jordan, his classmates sharing photos of him at basketball games, his smile lighting up the frame. Malik organized a vigil at Lake Monroe. Hundreds gathering with candles, their reflections shimmering on the water, their voices raised in a gospel hymn Jordan loved. Marcus and Alicia, notified at their jobs, collapsed in grief, their home becoming a shrine to their son, his basketball trophies, his engineering sketches, his graduation cap waiting for a ceremony he'd never attend. Alicia, speaking to the Miami Herald, said, "He was our future. How do we go on without him?" Ellison was arrested on August 14, 2018, at a bar in Delta, 15 miles from Sanford, his hands shaking as he downed a beer. Unaware of the officers closing in, he offered no resistance, his face blank as he was cuffed, his grey jacket stained with sweat. In the interrogation room, detailed in court transcripts, he confessed, his voice flat, almost detached. "I didn't plan to kill him," he said, staring at the table. "He looked at me like I was nothing, just like that day in the store. It got in my head." His grudge, fueled by alcohol and a sense of inferiority, had festered into violence. His choice to stalk and target Jordan, a twisted act of retribution. The arrest, covered by the New York Times, brought a measure of relief to Sanford, but the loss was profound, the community grappling with the senselessness of it all. Detectives piecing together Ellison's movements found he had followed Jordan for weeks, his notes detailing the boy's routines, his anger growing with each passing day. The investigation revealed the depth of Ellison's obsession. His apartment, a squalid one-room unit, was a window into his unraveling mind. Empty bottles, unpaid bills, and a notebook filled with ramblings about Jordan. His name scrolled in angry loops. His criminal history painted a picture of a man unmed arrest for shoplifting in Orlando, a bar fight in Daytona Beach, a 2017 assault charge that resulted in probation. A former employer, quoted in the Orlando Sentinel, described him as unreliable, his work ethic eroded by drinking, his temper quick to flare. The prosecution, led by State Attorney Laura Martinez, built a case around premeditation, arguing Ellison's weeks of stalking showed clear intent to harm. The defense, represented by public defender John Kessler, claimed diminished capacity, citing Ellison's alcoholism and untreated depression. Though a psychiatric evaluation found him competent, his actions deliberate despite his state. The evidence was overwhelming. The knife, the footprint, the surveillance footage, and Mrs. Thompson's testimony. Her voice a steady anchor in the chaos. The trial held in Seal County Circuit Court in spring 2019 was a focal point for Sanford. The courtroom at 101 Essinger Way packed with Jordan's family, classmates, and community leaders. Their presence a testament to his impact. The Orlando Sentinel described the atmosphere as electric. The gallery a mix of sorrow and resolve, the air thick with the weight of loss. Martinez presented a meticulous case, her opening statement a searing indictment. Robert Ellison chose to stalk, to arm himself, to take a life. Jordan Davies was a boy with a future, and Ellison stole it. The knife, displayed in a plastic bag, its blade glinting under the courtroom lights, was a silent witness. Its edge matching Jordan's wound, Mrs. Thompson testified, her voice trembling as she described finding him, her scarf still stained with his blood, her words bringing tears to Alicia's eyes. Malik, called as a character witness, held up a sketch of a bridge Jordan had drawn, his voice breaking as he said, this was his dream. He was going to build things, make the world better. Surveillance footage played for the jury showed Ellison's cold efficiency. His face scratched, his hands steady as he discarded the knife. The defense, grasping for leniency, called a psychologist, Dr. Ellen Carter, who spoke of Ellison's fractured psyche, his alcoholism a disease that clouded judgment. They argued for secondary murder, claiming the act was impulsive, not planned, a moment of rage rather than intent. But Martinez countered with the notes, the map, the weeks of stalking, painting a picture of a man who chose his path. The jury, after 3 hours of deliberation, agreed, convicting Ellison of first-degree murder on May 20th, 2019. The courtroom was silent. Marcus and Alicia weeping, their hands clasped. Malik staring at the ceiling, his fists clenched. Sentencing on June 15th brought a life sentence without parole. The judge, Patricia Evans, her voice firm but heavy. Jordan Davies was a light in this community, and you extinguished it. Mr. Ellison, you'll answer for that every day of your life. Ellison showed no emotion, his eyes fixed on the floor as he was led away. His orange jumpsuit a stark contrast to the grey jacket of that morning. The aftermath was a slow unravelling for Sanford. Marcus quit his job at the auto shop, unable to face the garage where he'd taught Jordan. His days spent in quiet grief, his hands idle without his son to guide them. The community rallied. Murals of Jordan appearing downtown, his smile a beacon on brick walls. His name a rallying cry for unity. Fort Mellon Park, where he'd played basketball, became a site for annual memorials. Kids shooting hoops in his honor. Their laughter a bittersweet echo. Ellison, incarcerated at Florida State Prison, faded from view, his appeals denied by 2020. His life a series of grey days behind bars. The Orlando Sentinel followed the case, its editorials calling for youth programs to prevent such tragedies, citing Jordan's potential as a loss for all of Sanford. By September 2025, the Jordan Davies case remained a wound, its scar visible in the alley, now marked with a small plaque in his memory. Its words simple. Jordan Davies, 2001 to 2018. Dreamer, son, friend. Marcus and Alicia moved to a smaller home, their old house too full of memories. though they kept Jordan's sketches, his trophies, his dreams alive in their hearts. Malik, now at Florida State, studied English. His poetry dedicated to Jordan, his verses read at vigils. Sanford, with its riverfront charm and painful history, moved forward, but Jordan's absence lingered, his life a testament to potential unrealized. His death a call to protect the young, to bridge divides, to cherish every moment in a town forever changed. Story 4. The morning of July 23, 2019, broke over Huntington Beach, California, with the kind of golden haze that defines a Southern California summer. The Pacific Ocean lapped gently at the shore, its rhythm a quiet counterpoint to the bustle of the city's vibrant streets, where surfers carried boards under their arms, and tourists snapped photos of the pier. In a modest apartment complex off Main Street, where palm trees swayed and the air carried the faint tank of salt, Heather Susan Bush lived a life that seemed unremarkable to those who passed her by. At 27, she was a young woman navigating the complexities of adulthood. Her days spent working as a retail associate at a surf shop, her evenings filled with dreams of a life beyond the daily grind. Known to friends as warm but guarded, Heather carried a quiet strength, her hazel eyes betraying a flicker of ambition beneath a life marked by struggle. But beneath the surface of her ordinary existence, a web of deceit and desperation was forming, one that would unravel in a crime that shocked Orange County and left a trail of questions that lingered long after the gavel fell. Heather Susan Bush was born in 1992 in Anaheim, a city where the magic of Disneyland cast a long shadow over the gritty realities of working-class life. The daughter of a single mother, Linda, who juggled 2 jobs, whitesing by day, cleaning offices by night. Heather grew up in a small apartment, its walls thin but filled with love. Her childhood was a patchwork of resilience and yearning. Her mother's tired smiles, a constant reminder of sacrifice. Heather's younger brother, Tommy, for years her junior, was her shadow, a shy boy who looked to her as both sister and protector. At Laura High School, Heather was a bright student, her teachers noting her quick mind and flair for writing. Her essays filled with vivid stories of far-off places she hoped to see. But her grades often suffered under the weight of part-time jobs, bagging groceries, folding clothes at the mall to help with bills. By her teens, she was navigating a world of financial strain. Her mother's long hours leaving Heather to cook dinner, help Tommy with homework, and dream of a future where money wasn't a constant worry. After high school, Heather's path was uneven. She enrolled in Orange Coast College, studying business, her notebooks filled with plans for a boutique or a marketing career. But the cost of tuition, coupled with her mother's mounting medical bills after a breast cancer diagnosis, forced her to drop out after a year. She worked a string of retail jobs, Target, Forever 21, a surf shop in Huntington Beach, her charm making her a favorite among co-workers, though she kept her personal life close. Friends described her as a paradox, outgoing yet secretive, her laughter quick, but her trust hard-won. She dated sporadically, her relationships fleeting, often ending when partners pressed for more than she was willing to give. By 2019, Heather was living in a 1-bedroom apartment in Huntington Beach, its walls adorned with thrift store art, a small balcony overlooking the street where she'd sit with a coffee, scrolling social media, dreaming of a life beyond the grind. Tommy, now 22 and working as a mechanic, was her closest confidant. Their bond forged in shared hardship, their late-night talks a refuge from the world. But Heather's life was not as simple as it appeared. Unknown to most, she had fallen into a dangerous orbit, one that would lead to the crime that defined her name in court records. In early 2019, at a bar off Pacific Coast Highway, she met Adele Alexander Holmes, a 30-year-old drifter with a rap sheet for petty theft and drug possession. Adele was charismatic, his easy smile and quick wit masking a restless edge. He spoke of easy money, of schemes that could lift them out of their struggles over cheap beers. He introduced Heather to a world of small-time scams, credit card fraud, identity theft, and forged checks that promised quick cash with minimal risk. Heather, drowning in debt from student loans and her mother's medical expenses, was drawn in, her moral compass wavering under the weight of temptation. Alongside Adele, she became entangled with a loose network of associates, including a woman named Heather Susan Gillespie, whose shared name with Heather Bush would later complicate court documents. The group operated in the shadows of Orange County's sunlit streets, their schemes targeting local businesses and unsuspecting residents. The crime that would unravel their lives began with a plan that seemed simple. A forged check scheme targeting a small chain of surf shops in Huntington Beach. According to court records from the Orange County Superior Courts, filed on March 5, 2021, Heather Bush, Adele Holmes, and others conspired to create counterfeit checks using stolen identities to cash them at local businesses. Heather, with her retail experience, played a key role, posing as a legitimate customer to pass the checks. Her smile disarming cashiers who failed to notice the forged signatures. The scheme netted thousands of dollars. The money split among the group, fueling a cycle of reckless spending. Late-night parties at beachfront bars, designer clothes, and for Heather, a fleeting taste of the life she craved. She bought a new phone, paid off a chunk of her mother's hospital bills, and even splurged on a weekend trip to San Diego, her first vacation in years. But the operation was sloppy. The group's inexperience leaving a trail of digital footprints, email exchanges, bank transfers, and surveillance footage that would prove their undoing. On July 23, 2019, the scheme took a darker turn. Heather and Adele targeted a surf shop on Main Street, a popular spot where tourists browsed wetsuits and locals haggled over board wax. Heather, dressed in a sundress, her hair pulled back in a neat bun, walked in with a forged check for $2,500, made out to a fictitious name, Sarah Thompson. The cashier, a young man named Ryan, barely 20, sent something off. The check's font was slightly misaligned, the account number unfamiliar. He stalled, asking Heather to wait while he called the manager, his eyes flicking to the security camera above. Heather's composure cracked, her hands trembling as she adjusted her purse. Glancing at Adele, who lingered outside, pacing near a palm tree, his cap pulled low. When the manager, a gruff woman named Carla, confirmed the check was fake, Ryan pressed a silent alarm, alerting Huntington Beach police. Heather, sensing the shift, bolted for the door, leaving the check behind, her sandals slapping against the pavement as she fled into the crowd. Adele, caught on camera, was identified by a patrol officer who recognized him from prior arrests for shoplifting. The police response was swift. Officers descended on Main Street, their sirens cutting through the summer air, scattering seagulls and startling beachgoers. Heather and Adele split up, weaving through the crowd of tourists and surfers, but the net was closing. A tip from a shop employee who recognized Heather from her time working at a nearby store led police to her apartment a mile away. They found her packing a bag, her face pale with panic, her laptop open on the kitchen counter. "I didn't mean for this to happen," she stammered as officers handcuffed her. her eyes darting to a photo of her and Tommy on the wall. A search detailed in court documents uncovered damning evidence. A laptop with templates for forged checks. A printer with traces of ink matching the counterfeit documents, and a stack of stolen IDs hidden in a shoebox. Adele was arrested later that day at a motel in Costa Mesa. His room littered with drug paraphernalia, $3,000 in cash, and a burner phone with texts linking him to the scheme. Heather, Susan, Gillespie, and other associates were detained in subsequent raids, their network collapsing under the weight of evidence. The investigation, led by the Huntington Beach Police Department's Economic Crimes Unit, revealed the scope of the group's activities. Over 6 months, they had passed forged checks at dozens of businesses, surf shops, cafes, even a local gym, amassing over $50,000. Heather's role, prosecutors argued, was central. She used her retail experience to select targets, coached the group on avoiding suspicion, and handled the face-to-face transactions. But her motives were complex. Friends later told the Los Angeles Times that Heather was desperate to escape her financial struggles, her mother's cancer treatment costing thousands each month. Tommy, her brother, was unaware of her crimes, his shock palpable when police questioned him at his auto shop. "She was trying to help Mum," he said, his voice breaking, his hands stained with grease. She didn't know how else to do it. Linda, frail and undergoing chemotherapy, was devastated, blaming herself for Heather's choices. Her hospital bed, a place of tears and regret. The legal process was grueling. Heather, Adele, and their associates faced charges of forgery, identity theft, and conspiracy filed in the Orange County Central Justice Center on March 5, 2021, court. Records accessed via Unicourt detail a series of pre-trial hearings in 2021 and 2022, with Heather represented by attorney Megan Elizabeth O'Sullivan, a public defender known for her tenacity. Heather pleaded not guilty, her defense arguing she was coerced by Adele, whose charisma and criminal history had preyed on her vulnerability. Adele, represented by attorney Shane McDonough, claimed he was a minor player manipulated by others in the group, his drug addiction clouding his judgment. The prosecution, led by Clarissa Stone, painted a different picture, a calculated scheme driven by greed, with Heather as a willing participant, her retail background making her the group's linchpin. Evidence included surveillance footage from the surf shop, bank records showing deposits to Heather's account, and text messages between her and Adele. One chillingly reading, "We hit big this time. Keep it tight." The trial, held in spring 2022, was a study in contrasts. The courtroom, a sterile space of oak benches and fluorescent lights, was packed with reporters from the Orange County Register, family members, and curious locals drawn by the case's audacity. Heather, her hair neatly braided, sat quietly, her eyes downcast as prosecutors presented their case. Ryan, the surf shop cashier, testified about her nervous demeanor, his voice steady, but tinged with regret, as if he wished he'd stopped her sooner. A forensic analyst of a spectacled woman named Dr. Patel detailed the digital trail. IP addresses traced to Heather's apartment, email accounts linked to the stolen IDs, and deleted files recovered from her laptop. Tommy called as a character witness spoke of his sister's kindness, her sacrifices for their mother, her late-night calls to check on him. "She's not a bad person," he said, his voice breaking, bringing tears to the gallery. The defense leaned on Heather's lack of prior convictions, painting her as a young woman swept up in a bad crowd, her dreams derailed by desperation and Adele's influence. The prosecution's case was methodical, their evidence a web that tightened around Heather and Adele. Surveillance footage showed Heather passing checks at 3 different stores, her smile practiced, her movements deliberate. Bank records revealed deposits to her account, small sums that funded her mother's treatment, but also larger withdrawals for clothes. And a trip to San Diego, a text exchange with Adele recovered from her phone, showed her planning the Main Street hit. This one's easy. They don't check IDs. The defense countered with testimony from a psychologist who described Heather's financial stress and Adele's manipulative charm, arguing she acted under duress. But the jury, after deliberating for 2 days, was unmoved. On June 13, 2022, they delivered their verdict. Guilty on all counts for Heather and Adele. Heather's face crumpled as the foreman spoke, her hands gripping the table, while Adele stared blankly ahead, his jaw tight. The sentencing on July 18, 2022, was a somber affair. The judge, a stern woman named Judith Carter, addressed Heather directly, her voice measured but firm. "Your choices caused harm to this community, Miss Bush. But I see your remorse, and I hope you find a better path." Heather was sentenced to 3 years in state prison with credit for time served. Her release projected for early 2023 due to good behavior. Adele received 5 years, his prior record for theft and drug charges weighing heavily. The courtroom was silent as the sentences were read. Heather's mother Linda, sobbing in the gallery, Tommy's arm around her frail shoulders. The case, covered by the Orange County Register and local news, sparked debate about the pressures of poverty, the allure of quick money, and the fine line between victim and perpetrator. For Huntington Beach, it was a reminder that crime could lurk beneath the city's sunny veneer, its beaches and boardwalks hiding stories of desperation. Heather's time in prison was a period of reflection. Incarcerated at the California Institution for Women in Corona, she enrolled in rehabilitation programs, attending classes on financial literacy and creative writing. Her old passion rekindled. Her letters to Tommy sent weekly were filled with regret and resolve. "I let everyone down," she wrote, her handwriting shaky, the paper smudged with tears. "I want to make it right for Mum, for you." Linda, battling cancer, visited when her health allowed. Their conversations through the glass partition, a mix of love and pain. She brought photos of Tommy's newborn daughter, Heather's niece, a spark of hope in their strained meetings. Adele, in a separate facility, faded from the narrative, his fate less documented. His role in the scheme a footnote to Heather's story. The other associates, including Heather Susan Gillespie, received lighter sentences, probation and community service, their roles deemed peripheral by the court. The community, meanwhile, grappled with the fallout. The surf shop, hit hard by the fraud, tightened its security, installing new cameras and training staff to spot forged checks. The owner, Carla, spoke to the Los Angeles Times about the betrayal of trust, her business struggling to recover from the financial hit. Other businesses in Huntington Beach followed suit, the case prompting a wave of caution in a city known for its laid-back vibe. Tommy, determined to support his sister, took on extra shifts at the auto shop, saving for her return. Linda's cancer went into remission in late 2022. A small victory that buoyed the family, though the scars of Heather's choices remained. Friends and neighbors who once saw Heather as a bright young woman wrestled with their judgment. Some offering forgiveness, others unable to forget the harm she caused. By September 2025, Heather was nearing the end of her sentence. Her release date set for March 2023 due to good behavior and participation in rehabilitation programs. She planned to return to Anaheim to live with Linda and care for her, perhaps to pursue writing. Her old notebooks filled with stories of redemption and second chances. Tommy, now married with a daughter, vowed to support her, their bond unbroken despite the pain. He kept a photo of Heather from before the arrest, her smile wide at a family barbecue, a reminder of the sister he believed in. Huntington Beach moved on, its streets bustling with tourists, its waves crashing as always, but the case left a mark, a cautionary tale of ambition gone astray. The woman at the heart of it, Heather Susan Bush, remained a figure of complexity. Neither villain nor victim, but a young woman caught in the tides of her own choices. Her story, a reminder of the thin line between dreams and desperation, of the cost of crossing it, and of the hope that lingers even in the aftermath of ruin. Story 5. The evening of April 14th, 2019, settled over Staten Island, New York, with the quiet hum of spring. The kind of night where the borough's neighborhoods felt both alive and serene. The streets of New Dorp, lined with modest homes and blooming cherry blossoms, glowed under the soft light of street lamps, their golden pools reflecting the promise of warmer days. Families gathered for dinner, the clink of dishes mingling with laughter, while children played in the last moments of daylight, their voices echoing through the narrow lanes. In a two-story house on Milton Avenue, where the scent of the nearby harbor drifted through open windows, Marissa DiNapoli was at home, her presence a quiet anchor in a world of routine. At 22, she was a young woman of fierce ambition. Her days a whirlwind of college classes, part-time shifts at a coffee shop, and volunteer work that fueled her dream of becoming a social worker. Known for her infectious laugh and unwavering loyalty, Marissa was a daughter, a sister, and a friend whose warmth touched everyone around her. But beneath the surface of her vibrant life, a shadow was creeping, one that would erupt in a crime that shook Staten Island to its core, leaving a community grappling with loss and a family forever altered by a betrayal they never saw coming. Marissa DiNapoli was born in 1997 in Staten Island, a borough where the urban pulse of New York City met the intimacy of suburban life, its communities knit together by shared histories and cornered delis. The daughter of Anthony and Teresa DiNapoli, she grew up in a home filled with the chaos and love of a large Italian-American family. Anthony, a construction worker with calloused hands and a quick wit, spent his days on scaffolds building the city's skyline, his evenings telling stories of his youth in Brooklyn. Teresa, a nurse who worked night shifts at Richmond University Medical Center, was the heart of the household, her gentle strength holding the family together through long hours and tight budgets. Marissa, their youngest, and her older brother, Michael, for years her senior, were raised with a blend of discipline and affection. Their home a place of loud dinners, heated card games, and unwavering support. Marissa was a bright child, her teachers at PS29 noting her empathy, her knack for comforting a crying classmate, her love for storytelling that filled her notebooks with tales of adventure. By high school at Curtis High, she was a standout, her grades strong despite the hours she spent working at a local deli, slicing meats and saving every penny for college. Her dream was clear: to become a social worker, to help kids like the ones she saw in her neighborhood, those caught in the cracks of poverty or family strife, their eyes mirroring the struggles she'd known. At the College of Staten Island, where she enrolled in 2015, Marissa thrived. majoring in social work and throwing herself into her studies with a passion that impressed her professors. She was a familiar figure on campus, her backpack slung over one shoulder, her hair pulled into a messy bun as she rushed between classes and the library. She volunteered at a community center in Stapleton, tutoring kids in math and reading. Her patience endless as she helped them navigate homework or their own fears. Her professors described her as driven, her smile a constant in late-night study sessions, her essays reflecting a deep understanding of human struggle. Friends like her roommate Emily, a nursing student with a sharp sense of humor, knew Marissa as the one who'd organize pizza nights or lend a listening ear. Her compassion a quiet force that drew people to her. But Marissa's life wasn't without its burdens. The cost of college weighed heavily. Her parents' modest income stretched thin by medical bills and the rising cost of living. She juggled student loans and part-time shifts at a coffee shop on Highland Boulevard, her hands quick with the espresso machine, her smile masking the exhaustion of long days. She dated sporadically, her heart guarded after a high school romance ended in heartbreak. Her focus on her studies and her future. The shadow that would append her life came in the form of Christopher Vasquez, a 4-year-old from Port Richmond, a neighborhood just miles from Marissa's home, where the streets were rougher, the houses closer together. Christopher was a charismatic figure, his charm masking a troubled past that few in Marissa's circle knew. With a history of petty theft, shoplifting, car break-ins, and a recent arrest for drug possession, he was a man adrift. His life a cycle of quick hustles and fleeting highs. He had a way with words, his easy smile and tales of travel drawing people in, his dark eyes promising adventure. Marissa met him in early 2019 at a bar on Forest Avenue where she was celebrating a friend's 21st birthday. The bar was crowded, the air thick with laughter and the clink of glasses. And Christopher, leaning against the counter, caught her eye. He offered to buy her a drink, his confidence disarming. His stories of surfing in California and backpacking in Mexico, a spark in Marissa's demanding world. Their relationship, though brief, was intense. Marissa drawn to his energy, unaware of the darkness beneath his charm. Friends later told the Staten Island Advance that she saw good in him, believed she could help him find stability, her social work instincts blinding her to his volatility. The crime that would define the Marissa Dinopoli case unfolded on that April evening, its details pieced together from court documents filed in Staten Island, Supreme Court, police reports from the 120th precinct. Around 8 p.m., Marissa was at home, her parents out for a rare dinner at a local trattoria, their first night out in months. Michael, working a late shift as a bartender in St. George, had left the house quiet, its rooms filled with the familiar comforts of family life. A worn couch, a fridge covered in magnets. Marissa's textbooks open on the coffee table. She had invited Christopher over, their relationship strained by recent arguments over his erratic behavior, his late-night calls, and unexplained absences. Neighbors later recalled hearing raised voices from the Dapoli home, a sharp cry piercing the evening, then a silence that settled like a weight over Milton Avenue. Inside, a confrontation had spiraled into violence. Christopher, in a fit of rage, attacked Marissa, his hands closing around her throat in a moment that would end her life. The exact trigger of the violence remained murky, but court record suggests an argument over money and Christopher's drug use. Marissa, ever the fixer, had confronted him about his habits, urging him to seek help. perhaps threatening to end their relationship. Her words, meant to heal, ignited his temper, his addiction fueling a rage he couldn't control. The struggle was brief, but brutal. Marissa's attempts to fight back, leaving scratches on his arms, her nails digging into his skin as she gasped for air. She fell to the living room floor, surrounded by the remnants of her life. A family photo on the wall, her social work notes scattered, her phone buzzing with unread texts from Emily, checking if she was free for a movie. Christopher, his hands trembling, stood over her, the reality of his actions sinking in. He fled the scene, slipping out the back door, leaving Marissa's body on the floor. Her necklace, a silver chain with a cross pendant clutched in his hand, a trophy or a mistake he couldn't explain. It was Teresa returning home around 1000 p.m. who found her daughter, her scream piercing the night, drawing neighbors to their porches. Anthony beside her dropped his keys, his voice breaking as he called 911, the operator struggling to calm him as he begged for help. "She's not moving," he said, his words choked with panic. Paramedics arrived within minutes, their sirens cutting through the quiet street, their faces grim as they entered the house. They worked frantically, checking Marissa's pulse, their efforts futile. Her heart had stopped, her body still. The medical examiner called to the scene, confirmed strangulation, her neck bruised, her eyes fixed in a final moment of fear. The house, once a place of laughter, was now a crime scene, its walls bearing witness to a tragedy that defied comprehension. Neighbors gathered outside, their candles flickering in the spring breeze, their whispers heavy with disbelief. Mrs. Caruso, a retiree who lived next door, told media Marissa was an angel. "This doesn't happen here." The Staten Island police, alerted at 10:17 p.m., descended on Milton Avenue, their lights flashing against the quiet street, transforming it into a tableau of grief and urgency. Detectives from the 120th Precinct, led by Lieutenant Maria Rossi, a veteran with a reputation for tenacity, processed the scene with meticulous care. They noted the signs of struggle, a knocked-over lamp, a scattered stack of papers. Marissa's phone cracked on the floor. The absence of forced entry pointed to someone she knew, a detail that chilled investigators. Forensic technicians collected evidence: fingerprints, fibers, a single strand of Christopher's hair on Marissa's sweater. Emily questioned that night at the precinct, mentioned their rocky relationship, her worry about his temper, her voice trembling as she realized the weight of her words. She was scared of him sometimes, she said, her hands twisting in her lap. A bolo was issued for Christopher Vizquez. His description, 5 feet 10 in dark hair, last seen in a black hoodie, circulated across the borough, his mugshot from a prior arrest flashing on precinct screens. The manhunt for Christopher was intense, the NYPD mobilizing resources across Staten Island. Detectives tracked his phone, its signal pinging near a friend's apartment in New Brighton, a neighborhood known for its gritty edges. On April 16th, 2 days after the murder, officers spotted him at a deli on Jersey Street. His face haggarded, his clothes stained with sweat. He was buying a pack of cigarettes, his hands shaking as he handed over cash, unaware of the plainclothes officers watching from the corner. When they approached, he offered no resistance, his silence damning as he was cuffed and led to a patrol car. A search of his backpack revealed Marissa's necklace, the silver cross glinting under the deli's fluorescent lights, a detail that would haunt her family in court. The arrest reported by media sent a wave of relief through Staten Island, but it was tempered by grief. the reality of Marissa's loss settling over the community like a fog. The DePauls, devastated, retreated into their home, their once lively house, now a place of ghosts, its rooms filled with her absence. The investigation, led by the NYPD's Homicide Division, moved swiftly, their work a blend of precision and urgency. Forensic evidence painted a grim picture. Marissa's DNA under Christopher's fingernails, his DNA on her clothing, and bruises on his arms matching her defensive wounds. The medical examiner's report, detailed in court filings, confirmed strangulation, with petechial hemorrhages in her eyes and a fractured hyoid bone. Signs of a prolonged struggle. Detectives interviewed friends, family, and Christopher's associates, piecing together a timeline. He had been at Marissa's home since 7:00 p.m., their argument escalating after she refused to lend him money for drugs. His history of substance abuse, cocaine, and prescription pills emerged, his addiction a shadow over his life. The Staten Island Advance reported whispers of his volatility, friends recalling his temper, though none had seen him violent with Marissa before. A neighbor, Mr. Russo, mentioned seeing him leave the house that night, his hood up, his pace hurried, a detail that corroborated the timeline. The motive, prosecutors argued, was not premeditated, but a crime of passion, sparked by Marissa's attempt to confront Christopher's demons. The defense, later in court, would claim diminished capacity, citing his drug use, but the evidence was overwhelming. Surveillance footage from a nearby gas station showed Christopher walking away from Milton Avenue at 8:30 p.m., his head down, his hands in his pockets. Text messages recovered from his phone revealed a fight with Marissa earlier that day. Her words sharp. "You need to get help, Chris. I can't do this anymore." The investigation also uncovered his prior arrests. 3 in the past 5 years, all non-violent. Though his drug use had escalated, his life unraveling in the months before the murder. The DNAPs cooperating with police provided Marissa's phone, its call log showing missed calls from Christopher, his desperation a prelude to the violence. The trial held in Staten Island's Supreme Court in spring 2020 was a media storm. The borough's attention fixed on the courtroom at 26 Central Avenue. The space with its polished wood benches and fluorescent lights was packed with reporters, their notebooks open, their pens scribbling. Marissa's family sat in the front row, Anani's face etched with grief, Teresa clutching a rosary, Michael staring at the floor. Christopher, represented by public defender Sarah Clean, sat stone-faced, his eyes avoiding the gallery, his orange jumpsuit a stark contrast to the black hoodie he'd worn that night. The prosecution, led by Assistant District Attorney Mark Russo, presented a compelling case. The forensic evidence, witness testimonies, and Marissa's necklace displayed in a plastic bag, its cross glinting under the courtroom lights, a silent accusation. Emily testified, her voice trembling about Marissa's fears, her plan to end things with Christopher, her words to Emily just days before. "He's not himself anymore." Michael, called as a character witness, spoke of his sister's dreams, her work with kids at the community center, her plans to apply for graduate school. "She wanted to fix the world," he said, his voice breaking, the gallery falling silent. The defense leaned on Christopher's drug use, calling a psychologist, Dr. Ellen Carter, who testified to his addiction's impact on his impulse control. She described him as a man caught in a cycle of dependency, his judgment clouded by cocaine, his actions not premeditated, but a tragic lapse. The prosecution countered with forensic evidence. The DNA, The bruises, the necklace, and a chilling detail. The force required to fracture Marissa's hyoid bone, suggesting a sustained attack, not a fleeting moment. A neighbor, Mrs. Caruso, testified about the cry she heard. Her voice soft but certain, her words painting a picture of a quiet night shattered. The prosecution's closing argument was searing. Christopher Visquez took a life, a future, a family's heart. He chose rage over reason, and Marissa paid the price. The defense pleaded for leniency, citing his remorse, his tears in custody, but the jury, after a week of deliberation, was unmoved. On June 10, 2020, the verdict came. Guilty of second-degree murder. The courtroom was silent. Teresa collapsing into Anani's arms. Michael staring at the floor, his fists clenched. Christopher's face remained blank, his eyes fixed on the table as the foreman read the decision. Sentencing on July 15th brought a 25 years to life term. The judge, Patricia Cole, addressing the Dapples directly. No sentence can heal your loss, but I hope it brings some peace. Christopher was led away, his steps heavy, his future confined to a cell at Sing Sing Correctional Facility. The verdict, covered by media outlets, was a moment of closure for Staten Island. Though the pain lingered, a wound that refused to heal. The Dapples, through a statement read by their attorney, thanked the community, their words heavy with gratitude and sorrow. Marissa was our light. We'll carry her forever. The aftermath was a slow unraveling for the DNAPs and their community. Teresa quit nursing, unable to face the hospital's sterile halls. Her days spent in Marissa's bedroom, its posters and books untouched, a shrine to a life cut short. Anthony, once joyous, grew quiet. His construction work a refuge from grief. His evenings spent on the porch, staring at the stars. Michael moved to Brooklyn, seeking distance from the memories. Though he called home daily, his voice a lifeline for his parents. The community rallied. A scholarship in Marissa's name established at the College of Staten Island, funding social work students. Its first recipient, a young woman from Stapleton, who shared Marissa's passion. Friends, led by Emily, organized vigils each April. Their candles lighting Milton Avenue, their songs a tribute to her spirit. The house sold in 2021 to a young couple stood as a reminder, its new owners planting cherry blossoms in the yard, a quiet nod to Marissa's love of spring. Christopher, incarcerated at Sing Sing, faded from the narrative. His appeals ongoing but unlikely to succeed. His life a series of grey days behind bars. The Staten Island Advance reported on his first appeal in 2021, denied by the appellate division. His claims of ineffective counsel and diminished capacity rejected. The community, meanwhile, grappled with its own questions about addiction, about violence, about the fragility of safety in a place they called home. The case became a touchstone, sparking discussions at community centers and churches, residents reflecting on how to protect their youth from the shadows that claimed Marissa. Her story, covered by local news and etched in the borough's memory, was a reminder of love lost to violence, of a young woman whose dreams were stolen, and of a community that vowed to keep her light alive. By September 2025, the Marissa Dapley case remained a wound for Staten Island. Its impact felt in the quiet moments when Teresa walked past her daughter's room, when Anthony saw a cherry blossom bloom, when Michael heard a laugh that sounded like hers. The scholarship grew, funding 3 more students, each carrying Marissa's dream forward. Emily, now a nurse, volunteered at the Stapleton Community Center, teaching kids to read. her work a tribute to her friend. The borough, with its bustling ferries and quiet streets, moved on. But Marissa's absence lingered, her life a testament to compassion, her death a call to cherish those we love. As the sun set over Milton Avenue, casting long shadows across the cherry blossoms, her memory endured, a quiet presence in a community forever changed. Story 6. The air in Sherman, Texas, was thick with the heat of early summer on May 14, 2015, the kind of day where the sun pressed down on the flat, sprawling landscape, leaving no corner untouched. In a modest apartment on the edge of town, Amanda Pierce, a 32-year-old mother of two, stood in her bedroom, her hands trembling as she folded clothes into a worn duffel bag. Her heart raced, not with fear, but with resolve. She was leaving, finally breaking free from the man who had turned her life into a cycle of fear and pain. Brian Esper, her boyfriend of 3 years, was not home, and Amanda saw her chance. She had called a friend for a ride, her voice steady despite the knot in her stomach, and made plans to stay somewhere safe, somewhere she could be with her children again. But as the clock ticked toward evening, the door swung open and Brian's shadow filled the frame. By 7:16 p.m., a 911 call would shatter the quiet of that small apartment. REPORTING, Amanda's attempted suicide, or so it was claimed. The truth, as her sister Kimberly would fight to uncover, was far darker, tangled in a legacy of domestic violence that had already claimed too much of the Pierce family. Amanda Pierce was born into a tight-knit family in Calera, Oklahoma, a small town where the rhythm of life was set by church bells and Friday night football games. The youngest of 3 sisters, Amanda grew up under the watchful love of her mother, Rebecca, and alongside her sisters, Vivian and Kimberly. Their father, a hard-working man with a gentle smile, died in a car accident in the early 2000s, leaving Rebecca to raise her daughters and son alone. The Pierce women were inseparable, their bond forged through shared laughter and quiet moments in their modest home. Amanda was the dreamer, her hazel eyes always sparkling with a mix of mischief and kindness. She loved music, her fingers strumming an old guitar, and she had a way of making her children, a boy and a girl, feel like the center of the universe. But life had not been kind to the Pierces. In 2007, Amanda's brother succumbed to a sudden illness, a loss that left the family reeling. Then, in 2009, tragedy struck again, this time with a brutality that would haunt Amanda and Kimberly for years. Vivian, the middle sister, had fallen into a relationship with Damon Butler, a man whose charm masked a growing addiction to drugs and a propensity for violence. By 2009, Vivian had had enough. She packed her bags, determined to leave him and start anew. But Damon came home early, his eyes wild with rage. He beat and stabbed Vivian to death, her screams echoing through the small Serra house. When Rebecca, worried about her daughter, arrived the next day, Damon turned his fury on her, ending her life with the same ruthless cruelty. The double murder left Amanda and Kimberly devastated, their family fractured beyond repair. Kimberly, the eldest, became the rock, holding Amanda close as they grieved. But the shadow of domestic violence, once a distant fear, now loomed large over their lives. Amanda moved to Sherman, Texas, seeking a fresh start. She found work as a cashier, her warm smile disarming customers, and poured her energy into raising her children. But in 2012, she met Brian Esper, a man whose easy confidence drew her in. At first, their relationship seemed promising, filled with late-night talks and shared dreams. But Brian's demeanor changed over time. He grew controlling, his temper flaring over small things. A late dinner, a phone call he didn't like. By 2014, the abuse was undeniable. He had beaten Amanda publicly, leaving bruises that she hid under long sleeves. 2 warrants for domestic violence were issued against him. But Brian, an undocumented immigrant, evaded arrest, and Amanda, caught in the grip of fear and hope, stayed. She told Kimberly she wanted to leave, but the weight of threats, Brian's promises that he would kill her if she tried, kept her tethered. Detective Laura Martinez of the Sherman Police Department was on duty when the 911 call came in. The voice on the line was Brian's, calm but insistent, claiming Amanda had tried to hang herself with an iron cord in their closet. Martinez arrived at the apartment to find paramedics working frantically to revive Amanda, her body limp, her face pale. They managed to restore a pulse, rushing her to the intensive care unit at Tacoma Medical Center. Brian stood in the corner, his hands stuffed in his pockets, his eyes avoiding Martinez's gaze. She noted his demeanor, detached, almost rehearsed, and the apartment's eerie order. There were no signs of a struggle, no overturned furniture or scattered belongings, just the duffel bag half-packed on the bed. Something didn't sit right. Martinez had seen too many cases where domestic violence hid behind a facade of normalcy, and her instincts told her this was no simple suicide attempt. Kimberly Mullins, Amanda's sister, was at home in Oklahoma when her phone rang. The hospital's voice on the other end was clinical, delivering the news that Amanda was in critical condition. Kimberly's world tilted. She drove to Sherman, her mind racing with memories of Vivian and Rebecca, the wounds of their death still raw. At the hospital, she found Amanda hooked to machines, her breathing shallow, her body bruised in ways that didn't align with a self-inflicted act. Kimberly's grief turned to suspicion. She began taking photos of Amanda's injuries, marks on her neck, scratches on her arms, and demanding answers from the police. Brian's story was that Amanda had been depressed, that she'd tried to end her life after an argument. But Kimberly knew her sister. Amanda was a fighter, a mother who lived for her children, not someone who would leave them behind. The investigation into Amanda's case was frustratingly brief. The Sherman Police Department, understaffed and overwhelmed, classified it as an attempted suicide based on Brian's account and the initial scene. The iron cord found loosely around Amanda's neck was sent for basic forensic analysis, but no fingerprints or DNA were collected. The apartment was not thoroughly searched, and Brian was not detained despite his outstanding warrants. Martinez pushed for a deeper look, noting inconsistencies. Brian's lack of emotion, the timing of the 911 call, and the fact that Amanda had been packing to leave. But her superiors, citing a lack of clear evidence, closed the case as a suicide attempt when Amanda, still in a coma, was taken off life support days later, her children by her side. The official report listed her death as a suicide, a conclusion that felt like a betrayal to Kimberly. Kimberly refused to accept it. She began her own investigation, driven by a sister's love and a survivor's resolve. She contacted friends, neighbors, and anyone who had known Amanda and Brian. A friend revealed that Amanda had called her that day, excited about leaving, her voice free of despair. Another neighbor recalled hearing raised voices from the apartment hours before the 911 call, followed by a heavy thud. Kimberly tracked down Brian's history, uncovering a pattern of violence that stretched beyond Amanda. She learned of his threats, his boasts that he could get away with anything because of his status as an undocumented immigrant. Armed with this, Kimberly reached out to the Grayson County District Attorney's office, pleading for the case to be reopened. But the response was tepid. Without new evidence, they said there was little they could do. The community of Sherman, a city of 40,000 where news traveled fast, began to whisper about Amanda's death. The Pierce family's tragedy was no secret, and many saw parallels between Vivon's murder and Amanda's suspicious end. Local advocates, including a group called the Pain of Injustice, took up Kimberly's cause, sharing Amanda's story on social media. They pointed to the shoddy investigation, the unexamined bruises, and Brian's unpunished warrants. Kimberly spoke at vigils, her voice steady, but her eyes heavy with grief, recounting Amanda's love for her children and her determination to escape. She called the Grayson County Police Department, the Texas Attorney General, even local representatives, her pleas growing more desperate as months turned into years. Martinez, still haunted by the case, quietly supported Kimberly's efforts. She reviewed her notes, the ones she'd scribbled in the margins of the official report, the packed duffel bag, the neighbor's account of an argument, the lack of defensive wounds that might suggest a struggle. She reached out to a forensic pathologist she knew, asking for an unofficial review of Amanda's autopsy photos. The pathologist noted irregularities, the angle of the ligature marks, the presence of petechial hemorrhages in Amanda's eyes, and bruising that suggested force beyond a self-inflicted act. It wasn't conclusive, but it was enough to fuel Martinez's doubts. She met Kimberly in secret, sharing what she could without risking her job. Together, they built a case piece by painstaking piece, hoping to force a reinvestigation. By 2017, the pressure was mounting. The Pain of Injustice published a detailed account of Amanda's story online, citing Brian's history and the police's failure to act, framing the Pierce family's losses as a stark warning about domestic violence. The story went viral in Sherman, prompting a small but vocal protest outside the Grayson County Courthouse. Kimberly stood at the forefront, holding a photo of Amanda smiling with her children, her voice breaking as she demanded justice. The Grayson County District Attorney, Brett Smith, promised to review the case, but progress was slow. Brian, meanwhile, had disappeared, his whereabouts unknown, leaving Kimberly with a gnawing fear that he had slipped through the cracks. The case remained open, but stagnant, a cold file in a system that seemed indifferent. Kimberly's fight continued, her life now defined by the pursuit of truth. She moved to Tulsa, where she worked as a nurse, but her evenings were spent writing letters, making calls, and combing through records. She found solace in her children and Amanda's, who were growing up with stories of their mother's courage. The Pierce family's tragedy became a rallying cry for advocates, a reminder of how often domestic violence cases were mishandled. Martinez, promoted to lead detective by 2020, kept Amanda's file on her desk, a silent promise to keep pushing when the time was right. The Amanda Pierce case was not a headline-grabbing mystery, but a quiet, aching wound in a community that had seen too much loss. It was a story of resilience, of a sister's refusal to let her loved one's death be reduced to a statistic. For Kimberly, every step was a tribute to Amanda, Vivon, and Rebecca, a vow that their lives would not be forgotten. The truth of what happened that May evening in Sherman remains elusive, but the fight for justice burns on, a testament to the enduring power of love in the face of unimaginable pain. Story 7. The morning sun cast a golden glow over the rolling hills of West Virginia, where the small town of Bluefield nestled quietly in the embrace of the Appalachian Mountains. It was September 29th, 2018, and the air carried the crisp promise of autumn, a season that usually brought comfort to the tight-knit community. But on this day, a shadow would fall over Bluefield, one that would linger for years, unraveling the lives of those touched by a crime so unthinkable it would shake the town to its core. At the heart of this tragedy was Samantha Keithley, a 33-year-old mother whose life and death would become a haunting enigma, exposing the fragility of trust and the devastating consequences of hidden pain. This is the story of the Samantha Keithley case, a tale of love, betrayal, and a desperate act that left a community grappling with questions that may never be fully answered. Samantha Keithley was a woman who seemed to embody the spirit of Bluefield. With her warm smile and infectious laugh, she was the kind of person who lit up a room, her presence a balm to those around her. Born and raised in the town, Samantha was a product of its rugged beauty and resilient people. She had grown up in a modest home on Cherry Street, where she and her older brother, Tommy, spent their childhoods exploring the nearby woods and dreaming of futures beyond the mountains. Samantha was bright with a quick wit and a passion for helping others. After high school, she trained as a nurse's aide, working at the local hospital, where her gentle touch and kind words earned her the affection of patients and colleagues alike. By 2018, Samantha's life revolved around her 4-year-old daughter, Lily, a spirited girl with her mother's hazel eyes and boundless curiosity. Samantha was a single mother, having parted ways with Lily's father, a truck driver named Michael Reed, shortly after Lily's birth. The separation had been amicable, and Michael remained a devoted father, sharing custody and visiting often. Samantha lived in a small apartment on Bland Street, its walls adorned with Lily's crayon drawings and photos of the two of them laughing at the county fair. To neighbors, Samantha was a devoted mother, always seen pushing Lily's stroller or reading to her on the porch. But those closest to her knew she carried burdens she rarely shared. Samantha had been in a relationship with Christopher Lusk, a 35-year-old mechanic with a reputation for charm, but a history of volatility. Christopher was a tall man with a rugged handsomeness, his dark hair often hidden under a baseball cap. He worked at a local auto shop, his hands stained with grease, his temper known to flare under pressure. To outsiders, he and Samantha seemed an unlikely pair. She, the nurturing caregiver, he the rough-edged loner. Yet Samantha saw something in him, a vulnerability she believed she could heal. Friends later recalled her talking about Christopher's difficult childhood, his struggles with addiction, and her hope that she could help him find stability. But the relationship was fraught, marked by arguments that sometimes spilled into public view, though Samantha always downplayed them, insisting she could handle it. On the morning of September 29th, 2018, Samantha woke early, as she often did, to prepare breakfast for Lily. The apartment smelled of pancakes and coffee, the radio playing softly in the background. She had plans to take Lily to a pumpkin patch that afternoon, a tradition they looked forward to each fall. But when Michael arrived to pick up Lily for his weekend visit, he found the apartment empty. The door was unlocked, the lights still on, and Samantha's purse sat on the kitchen counter, her phone and keys inside. Lily's favorite stuffed bunny lay abandoned on the couch. Michael's heart sank. Samantha was meticulous about Lily's schedule, never missing a handoff. He called her phone, but it went straight to voicemail. After an hour of waiting, he dialed 911. The Bluefield Police Department responded quickly, dispatching Officer Emily Harper, a young but sharp investigator with a reputation for thorough. Harper arrived at the apartment, her boots echoing on the hardwood floor as she surveyed the scene. The absence of any sign of a struggle was striking. No broken furniture, no blood, no overturned belongings. Yet, the open door and untouched purse suggested something abrupt had happened. Harper interviewed Michael, who was visibly shaken, his voice trembling as he described Samantha's reliability as a mother. "She'd never leave Lily like this," he said, his hands clenched into fists. Harper noted his distress, but also his alibi. He'd been on a long-haul delivery in Virginia, verified by his employer's GPS logs. As news of Samantha's disappearance spread, Bluefield mobilized. Volunteers scoured the town, taping missing person flyers to lampposts and storefronts. Samantha's smiling face, a stark contrast to the growing fear in the community. The local newspaper ran a front-page story, and local news channels broadcast pleas for information. Samantha's brother, Tommy, now a mechanic living in nearby Princeton, returned to Bluefield, his face etched with worry. He told Harper about Samantha's relationship with Christopher, describing heated arguments and Christopher's jealousy over Samantha's lingering ties to Michael. "I told her to leave him," Tommy said, his voice heavy with regret, "but she thought she could fix him." The investigation focused on Christopher Lusk almost immediately. Harper and her partner, Detective Mark Sullivan, a grizzled veteran with a knack for reading people, visited Christopher at his home on Pulaski Street, a run-down duplex with peeling paint and a cluttered yard. Christopher was cooperative, if guarded, his arms crossed as he answered their questions. He claimed he hadn't seen Samantha since the previous evening when they'd had dinner at her apartment. "We talked, watched a movie, and I left around 10 o'clock, he said, his eyes darting to the floor. But his story had holes. He couldn't recall what movie they'd watched. And neighbors reported hearing raised voices from Samantha's apartment that night. The police obtained a search warrant for Christopher's home and vehicle, a beat-up Chevy pickup. Inside the truck, they found traces of blood in the bed, later confirmed through DNA testing to belong to Samantha. The discovery sent a chill through the investigation team. Sullivan, who had seen his share of violent crimes, felt a knot in his stomach. "This isn't looking like a runaway case," he told Harper, his voice low. They brought Christopher in for questioning, his demeanor shifting from cooperative to defensive as the evidence mounted. He insisted the blood was from a cut Samantha had gotten while helping him move furniture. But the explanation felt flimsy, and his refusal to take a polygraph only deepened suspicions. On October 3rd, 2018, a hiker in the East River Mountain area just outside Bluefield made a gruesome discovery. In a shallow ravine, partially covered by leaves and branches, was a body wrapped in a tarp. The scene was haunting. The tarp, weathered and torn, seemed a cruel shroud for the vibrant woman Samantha had been. Forensic teams confirmed it was Samantha Keithley, her body bearing signs of blunt force trauma to the head. The cause of death was determined to be a severe skull fracture, likely inflicted by a heavy object. The tarp, purchased at a local hardware store, bore no fingerprints, but its presence suggested an attempt to conceal the crime. The discovery transformed the case into a homicide investigation, and Christopher Lusk became the prime suspect. The Bluefield police, working with the West Virginia State Police, built a meticulous case. Surveillance footage from a gas station near Samantha's apartment showed Christopher's truck parked nearby at 11:17 p.m. on September 28, contradicting his claim that he'd left by 10 o'clock. A search of his phone records revealed deleted text messages to Samantha, including one sent hours before her disappearance. "We need to talk now." Most damning was a receipt found in his duplex for the tarp timestamped September 29th, just hours before Michael reported Samantha missing. Christopher was arrested on October 5th, 2018, charged with first-degree murder. The news rocked Bluefield, a town unaccustomed to such violence. Samantha's family was devastated. Tommy, speaking to the media, struggled to hold back tears. "She was my little sister, my best friend." He said she deserved better than this. Michael, now caring for Lily full-time, withdrew from public view, his grief compounded by the challenge of explaining the loss to a full. The community held a candlelight vigil at Bluefield City Park, where hundreds gathered to honor Samantha, their candles flickering like stars against the darkening sky. As the investigation deepened, details of Samantha and Christopher's relationship emerged. Friends revealed that Christopher had been increasingly possessive, upset by Samantha's independence and her co-parenting arrangement with Michael. A co-worker at the hospital recalled Samantha confiding about a recent argument where Christopher had accused her of infidelity. She was scared but didn't want to admit it, the co-worker told police. Court records also uncovered Christopher's history of domestic violence, including a prior arrest for assaulting a former girlfriend, though the charges were dropped. The picture that formed was one of a man whose charm masked a dangerous volatility and a woman who had tried and failed to save him. The trial began in June 2019 at the Mercer County Courthouse, a stately bricked building that stood as a pillar of justice in Bluefield. The courtroom was packed, the air heavy with anticipation. Prosecuting attorney Karen Summers, a formidable lawyer with a reputation for precision, presented a compelling case. She walked the jury through the evidence, the blood in Christopher's truck, the surveillance footage, the tarp receipt, and the forensic analysis that pinpointed the time of death to the late hours of September 28th. Christopher Lusk acted with premeditation and malice, Summers told the jury, her voice steady. He took Samantha Keithley's life and tried to erase her existence. The defense, led by attorney Robert Dunlap, argued that the case was circumstantial. Dunlap, a seasoned public defender, suggested that the blood in the truck could have come from an innocent incident and the tarp receipt didn't prove. Christopher had used it to conceal a body. He painted Samantha's death as a tragic accident, possibly the result of an argument gone wrong. Christopher took the stand, his voice soft but unconvincing as he repeated his claim of innocence. "I loved Sam," he said, his eyes avoiding the jury. "I'd never hurt her." But his testimony faltered under cross-examination, his answers vague and contradictory. The trial lasted 3 weeks, each day a painful reminder of Samantha's absence. Lily, too young to understand the proceedings, stayed with Michael's parents, her laughter a distant memory in the courtroom. Tommy sat in the front row, his face a mask of grief and anger. On July 12, 2019, the jury delivered its verdict. Christopher Lusk was guilty of first-degree murder. The courtroom erupted in quiet sobs as Judge William Sadler sentenced him to life without parole, describing the crime as a betrayal of the worst kind. Christopher showed no emotion, his gaze fixed on the floor as he was led away. The aftermath of the trial left Bluefield changed. Samantha's family struggled to find closure, their grief compounded by the knowledge that Lily would grow up without her mother. Michael dedicated himself to raising Lily, filling their home with photos of Samantha to keep her memory alive. Tommy became an advocate for domestic violence awareness, speaking at local events to honor his sister's legacy. The community, once defined by its quiet charm, grappled with the reality that evil could lurk so close to home. Samantha Keithley's story is a testament to the enduring power of love and the devastating cost of betrayal. In the hills of West Virginia, where the mountains stand as silent witnesses, her memory lingers, a reminder of a life cut short, a daughter left behind, and a town forever marked by the loss of one of its own. The case of Samantha Keithley is not just a story of crime and punishment, but a poignant reflection on the fragility of trust, the strength of a mother's love, and the resilience of a community determined to heal. Story 8. The morning of June 30th, 2009 broke over Kingston, Ontario with a deceptive calm. The sun casting a golden glow across the Rio Canal where the waters of the Kingston Mills lock shimmered in the early light, reflecting the stone arches of a historic waterway. The air was warm, heavy with the scent of summer grass and the faint hum of distant traffic along Highway 401. A family of tourists pausing to admire the canal's serene beauty noticed something odd. A black Nissan Sentra, its roof barely visible beneath the shallow water of the loch. Its front end tilted awkwardly against the stone wall. Curious, they alerted a lock worker who peered into the murky depths and saw the unthinkable. For bodies, their forms still and lifeless, trapped inside the submerged car. The discovery, reported by the Kingston Whig Standard, sent shockwaves through the quiet city. A place more accustomed to the chatter of Queen's University students and the charm of its limestone buildings than the horror of violent crime. The victims were Zanab Shea, 19, Sahashi, 17, Githi, 13, and Rona Amir Mohammed, 52. All members of the Shi family, Afghan immigrants who had settled in Montreal 2 years earlier. What seemed at first a tragic accident would unravel as a meticulously planned murder, a so-called honor killing that exposed a family's dark obsession with control, leaving Canada reeling in a community grappling with the collision of cultural norms and unspeakable cruelty. Muhammad Shafir, 56, was the patriarch, a man whose journey from Kabul to Montreal was marked by ambition and an unyielding grip on his family. Born in Afghanistan, he had built a successful import-export business, dealing in electronics and textiles. His wealth evident in the family's sprawling 2-story home in Montreal's St. Leonard Bureau, a neighborhood of tidy lawns and immigrant dreams. His first wife, Rona Mohammed, was a gentlewoman, childless in a polygamous marriage. Her life overshadowed by Muhammad's second wife, Tuba Yaha 40, who bore him 7 children, 4 daughters and 3 sons. Zanab, the eldest daughter, was a poet at heart, her notebooks filled with verses about love and freedom, her dreams stifled by her father's strict rules. Sahar, 17, was sensitive and stylish, her love for fashion, tight jeans, navel piercings, hidden from her parents. Her secret romance, a spark of hope in a constrained world. Githi, at 13, was the family's rebel, her feisty spirit clashing with her father's demands, her laughter a defiance against the fear that permeated their home. Rona, treated more like a servant than a wife, supported the girl's quiet rebellions, her own life a quiet tragedy of isolation, her diary later revealing her longing for freedom. The Shifia family's journey to Canada was one of upheaval and adaptation. Originally from Kabul, they fled Afghanistan's turmoil in the 1990s, settling in Dubai, where Muhammad's business thrived, and later in Australia before immigrating to Montreal in 2007 under Canada's investor program, as noted by MLAN's their new home. A modern house with high ceilings and a garage full of cars. A Lexus SUV, a Cadillac, the fateful Nissan, spoke of success. but within its walls, the family was a fortress of control. Muhammad, a domineering figure with a sharp temper, enforced strict rules rooted in his Afghan cultural values. No dating, no Western clothing, no unsupervised outings. Tuba, his loyal partner, upheld his edicts. Her role as mother intertwined with enforcer, her love for her children conditional on their obedience. Their eldest son, Hamid, 18, was Muhammad's confidant, tasked with monitoring his sisters, his loyalty to his father absolute, his role as protector, a burden he embraced with zeal. The younger siblings, still in school, lived in the shadow of this control. There lies a delicate balance between fear and the allure of Canadian freedoms. The Shifia household was a place of tension, its modern facade hiding a world of fear. Teachers at Anton St. Igsop High School, where Sahar and Githi studied, noticed the girls' distress, their stories painting a picture of oppression. Sahar, a quiet beauty with a pierced navel and a love for makeup, confided to a school counselor, Jose Foran, "I want to die. I've had enough." Her words a cry for help after her father discovered her boyfriend Ricardo through photos on her cell phone. Githi at 13 was outspoken, her rebellion taking the form of skipped classes and shoplifting. Her pleas to a teacher, "I want to get out of this house." A desperate bid for freedom. Rona, in a diary later found by police, wrote of her loneliness, her role diminished by Tuba's dominance. Her support for the girl's dreams, a quiet act of defiance. Zainab, the eldest, bore the brunt of her father's wrath. Her desire for independence, a constant battle. Her secret love for Omar Watt, a Pakistani classmate, a spark that would ignite the family's descent into tragedy. The seeds of the tragedy were sown in the spring of 2009 when Zainab, desperate for freedom, took a bold step. In April, she fled to a women's shelter in Montreal. Her secret boyfriend Omar, the catalyst for her escape. H discovering her with Amma alerted Muhammad, who, in wiretapped conversations reported by Malanes, called her A_, his voice dripping with contempt, his notion of honor tarnished by her actions. Zainab's brief marriage to Omar in May 2009, annulled after a day under family pressure, enraged Muhammad further, his threats of violence escalating. Saha's romance with Ricardo, a Honduran classmate, was uncovered through cell phone photos. Her father's fury leading to physical confrontations, her bruises noted by teachers. Guy, caught shoplifting and skipping school, was sent to live with relatives. Her rebellion a plea to escape. Rona, who supported the girl's desires for autonomy, became a target. Muhammad's anger at her disloyalty evident in wiretaps, where he cursed her as a traitor. By June, as the family planned a trip to Niagara Falls, a darker plan was forming, one rooted in Muhammad's belief that the women's actions had shamed the family beyond repair. The crime detailed unfolded with chilling precision. On June 29, 2009, the Shi family, returning from a vacation in Niagara Falls, checked into the Kingston East Motel, a modest roadside stops near the Rideau Canal. That night, Muhammad Tuba and Hamd executed a plan prosecutors later called premeditated murder, staged to look like an accident. Zainab, Sahar, Githi, and Rona were driven to a secluded spot near the Kingston Mills Lock, a quiet stretch of the canal surrounded by trees and darkness. The exact method of their deaths remains a point of speculation, but prosecutors argued they were likely drowned elsewhere, possibly in a nearby body of water before being placed in the Nissan. The car's interior showed no signs of a struggle. The victims' bodies bearing bruises suggesting restraint, as noted in court testimony. The Nissan was then pushed into the lock, its front end submerged. The open driver's window, a deliberate clue to suggest a joyride gone wrong. The family returned to the motel, their story rehearsed, their grief feigned. The next morning, Mohammed reported the women missing, claiming Zanab had taken the Nissan for a drive with Sahar Githi and Rona, a story that strained Creedle. Kingston police, alerted by the tourists' discovery, sent a diver into the canal, his findings reported by Malans painting a haunting picture. Zainab in the front passenger seat, her black cardigan on backwards, her fingernails painted blue. Sahar in the back, her belly button pierced, her cell phone nearby. Guy floating near the driver's seat, her arm wrapped around the headrest, her navel ring glinting. Rona slouched in the middle, her body still, her life erased. The scene was one of quiet horror, the water preserving the tragedy in eerie stillness. The police, led by Detective Steve Koopman, initially treated it as an accident, but inconsistencies piled up. The Nissan's damage suggested it was pushed, not driven, into the lock. Its position physically impossible without external force. A Lexus SUV owned by Mohammed Bor scratches consistent with pushing the smaller car, a crucial clue. The investigation turned to murder as evidence mounted. Wiretapped conversations authorized after the arrests and captured Mohammed's rage. "They betrayed us," he said, calling the girls treacherous and Rona his words laced with venom. Ames Google searches conducted weeks before included where to commit a murder and can a prisoner have control over their real estate, suggesting premeditation as noted in court records. Tuba's evasive answers during interviews, coupled with the family's claim that Zanib, who had no driver's license, drove the car, unraveled their story. A mechanic's report cited by the Globe and Mail confirmed the Nissan's headlights were off, contradicting the joyride narrative. On July 23, 2009, Mohammed, Tuba, and Haid were arrested, charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder. Their not guilty pets setting the stage for a trial that would grip Canada with its chilling details. The trial held in Kingston's Frontenac County Courthouse from October 20, 2011 to January 29, 2012 was a media storm. The courtroom, a wood-paneled space filled with reporters and community members, buzzed with tension. The Afghan diaspora in Montreal watching closely. Prosecutors, led by Laurie Lasselle, argued the murders were honor killings, planned to restore the family's reputation tarnished by the women's westernization. Wiretaps played for the jury revealed Mohammed's chilling words. "May the devil underscore on their graves," he said, his contempt for his daughters and Rona palpable. Saha's cell phone, recovered from the car, held photos of her with Ricardo, her smile a silent rebellion. Githi's note to Sahar, found in her room and read in court, was scrawled with hearts. "I wish to God that till I'm alive, I'll never see you sad." Rona's diary, translated from Dari, detailed her isolation, her love for the girls, her fear of Mohammed's temper. The physical evidence was damning. Bruises on the victim's body suggested restraint. The Nissan's damage pointed to external force, and the Lexus's scratches aligned with the act of pushing. The defense, led by Patrick McCann for Mohammed and Tuba and Peter Kemp for Haid, argued the deaths were accidental. The women drowning after Zainab took the car for a joyride. They claimed the wiretaps were misinterpreted. Mohammed's words, cultural hyperbole, not evidence of intent. a self-proclaimed private investigator, Musahi, hired by the Shivers, testified that the police had it wrong, but his credibility crumbled under cross-examination, as noted by The prosecution called an expert on honor killings, Chazid Mojab, who explained the cultural context of such crimes in Middle Eastern communities. Her testimony cited in court records carefully generic to avoid prejudice. The jury, 7 women and 5 men, deliberated for 15 hours. Their verdict on January 29, 2012, unanimous. Guilty on all counts for Muhammad, Tuba, and Hain. Each received an automatic life sentence with no parole for 25 years. Judge Robert Marangana calling the act heinous and shameful. His words reported by France 24, echoing the nation's horror. The aftermath saw Canada confront the complexities of honor-based violence, a topic rarely discussed before the Shea case. The trial, covered extensively by the Toronto Star, sparked debates about cultural integration, women's rights, and the challenges faced by immigrant families navigating Western freedoms. Activists quoted for education to combat such crimes, noting that honor killings, while rare, exposed gaps in community support. The victims' graves in Laval, Quebec, became a site of quiet mourning, their headstones simple but heavy with loss, visited by classmates and teachers who remembered their vibrancy. Muhammad incarcerated at Millhaven Institution, Tuba at Grand Valley Institution, and Hamd at Kingston Penitentiary maintained their innocence. Their appeals reaching the Supreme Court, which declined to hear the case in 2017, as reported by MLAN's 2019 parole request to visit her mother's grave granted for 5 hours under escort stirred controversy. By September 2025, the She case remains a scar on Canada's conscience. Its legacy, a complex tapestry of grief and reckoning. Rona's memory, less public but no less cherished, lives in the stories of those who knew her kindness. The Rio Canal, once a symbol of Kingston's history, now carries the weight of the tragedy, its waters a reminder of lives cut short. The Shifia women, their dreams of love and autonomy silenced, endure as a warning. Their story a plea to honor life over tradition, to hold fast to the light in a world where darkness can consume. Story 9. The morning of July 14, 2016, dawned warm and hazy over Bradford, West Yorkshire, where the streets of Manningham hummed with the rhythm of a multicultural city waking to another summer day. The air carried the scent of fresh naan from nearby bakeries and the distant hum of traffic along Leeds Road, a familiar backdrop to a community woven from South Asian traditions and British modernity. In a modest terrace house on a quiet street, its brick facade softened by climbing roses, Samaya Shait packed a small suitcase, her hands moving with purpose as she prepared for a trip to Pakistan. Their eldest son, Hamid, 18, was Muhammad's confidant, tasked with monitoring his sisters, his loyalty to his father absolute, his role as protector, a burden he embraced with zeal. The younger siblings, still in school, lived in the shadow of this control. There lies a delicate balance between fear and the allure of Canadian freedoms. The Shifia household was a place of tension, its modern facade hiding a world of fear. Teachers at Antond St. Igsop High School, where Sahar and Githi studied, noticed the girls' distress, their stories painting a picture of oppression. Sahar, a quiet beauty with a pierced navel and a love for makeup, confided to a school counselor, Jose Foran, "I want to die. I've had enough." Her words a cry for help after her father discovered her boyfriend Ricardo through photos on her cell phone. Githi at 13 was outspoken. her rebellion taking the form of skipped classes and shoplifting. Her pleas to a teacher: "I want to get out of this house." A desperate bid for freedom. Rona, in a diary later found by police, wrote of her loneliness, her role diminished by Tuba's dominance. Her support for the girl's dreams, a quiet act of defiance. Zainab, the eldest, bore the brunt of her father's wrath. Her desire for independence, a constant battle. Her secret love for Omar Watt, a Pakistani classmate, a spark that would ignite the family's descent into tragedy. The seeds of the tragedy were sown in the spring of 2009 when Zainab, desperate for freedom, took a bold step. In April, she fled to a women's shelter in Montreal. Her secret boyfriend Omar, the catalyst for her escape. Discovering her with Amma, alerted Mohammed, who, in wiretapped conversations reported by Malanes, called her A_, his voice dripping with contempt, his notion of honor tarnished by her actions. Zainab's brief marriage to Omar in May 2009, annulled after a day under family pressure, enraged Mohammed further, his threats of violence escalating. Saha's romance with Ricardo, a Honduran classmate, was uncovered through cell phone photos. Her father's fury leading to physical confrontations, her bruises noted by teachers. Guy, caught shoplifting and skipping school, was sent to live with relatives. Her rebellion a plea to escape. Rona, who supported the girl's desires for autonomy, became a target. Mohammed's anger at her disloyalty evident in wiretaps, where he cursed her as a traitor. By June, as the family planned a trip to Niagara Falls, a darker plan was forming, one rooted in Mohammed's belief that the women's actions had shamed the family beyond repair. The crime detailed unfolded with chilling precision. On June 29, 2009, the Shi family, returning from a vacation in Niagara Falls, checked into the Kingston East Motel, a modest roadside stops near the Rideau Canal. That night, Mohammed Tuba and Hamd executed a plan prosecutors later called premeditated murder, staged to look like an accident. Zainab, Sahar, Githi, and Rona were driven to a secluded spot near the Kingston Mills Lock, a quiet stretch of the canal surrounded by trees and darkness. The exact method of their deaths remains a point of speculation, but prosecutors argued they were likely drowned elsewhere, possibly in a nearby body of water before being placed in the Nissan. The car's interior showed no signs of a struggle, the victims' bodies bearing bruises suggesting restraint, as noted in court testimony. The Nissan was then pushed into the lock, its front end submerged. The open driver's window, a deliberate clue to suggest a joyride gone wrong. The family returned to the motel, their story rehearsed, their grief feigned. The next morning, Mohammed reported the women missing, claiming Zainab had taken the Nissan for a drive with Sahar Githi and Rona, a story that strained Creedle. Kingston police, alerted by the tourists' discovery, sent a diver into the canal. His findings reported by Malans painting a haunting picture. Zainab in the front passenger seat, her black cardigan on backwards, her fingernails painted blue. Sahar in the back, her belly button pierced, her cell phone nearby. Guy floating near the driver's seat, her arm wrapped around the headrest, her navel ring glinting. Rona slouched in the middle, her body still, her life erased. The scene was one of quiet horror, the water preserving the tragedy in eerie stillness. The police, led by Detective Steve Koopman, initially treated it as an accident, but inconsistencies piled up. The Nissan's damage suggested it was pushed, not driven, into the lock. its position physically impossible without external force. A Lexus SUV owned by Mohammed bore scratches consistent with pushing the smaller car, a crucial clue. The investigation turned to murder as evidence mounted. Wiretapped conversations authorized after the arrests and captured Mohammed's rage. "They betrayed us," he said, calling the girls treacherous and Rona his words laced with venom. Ames Google searches conducted weeks before included where to commit a murder and can a prisoner have control over their real estate, suggesting premeditation as noted in court records. Tuba's evasive answers during interviews, coupled with the family's claim that Zanib, who had no driver's license, drove the car, unraveled their story. A mechanic's report cited by the Globe and Mail confirmed the Nissan's headlights were off, contradicting the joyride narrative. On July 23, 2009, Mohammed, Tuba, and Haid were arrested, charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder. Their not guilty pets setting the stage for a trial that would grip Canada with its chilling details. The trial held in Kingston's Frontenac County Courthouse from October 20, 2011 to January 29, 2012 was a media storm. The courtroom, a wood-paneled space filled with reporters and community members, buzzed with tension. The Afghan diaspora in Montreal watching closely. Prosecutors, led by Laurie Lasselle, argued the murders were honor killings, planned to restore the family's reputation tarnished by the women's westernization. Wiretaps played for the jury revealed Mohammed's chilling words. "May the devil underscore on their graves," he said, his contempt for his daughters and Rona palpable. Saha's cell phone, recovered from the car, held photos of her with Ricardo, her smile a silent rebellion. Githy's note to Sahar, found in her room and read in court, was scrawled with hearts. "I wish to God that till I'm alive, I'll never see you sad." Rona's diary, translated from Dari, detailed her isolation, her love for the girls, her fear of Mohammed's temper. The physical evidence was damning. Bruises on the victim's body suggested restraint. The Nissan's damage pointed to external force, and the Lexus's scratches aligned with the act of pushing. The defense, led by Patrick McCann for Mohammed and Tuba and Peter Kemp for Haid, argued the deaths were accidental, the women drowning after Zainab took the car for a joyride. They claimed the wiretaps were misinterpreted. Mohammed's words, cultural hyperbole, not evidence of intent. A self-proclaimed private investigator, Musahi, hired by the Chifias, testified that the police had it wrong, but his credibility crumbled under cross-examination, as noted by The prosecution called an expert on honor killings, Chazid Mojab, who explained the cultural context of such crimes in Middle Eastern communities. Her testimony cited in court records carefully generic to avoid prejudice. The jury, 7 women and 5 men, deliberated for 15 hours. Their verdict on January 29, 2012, unanimous. Guilty on all counts for Mohammed, Tuba, and Hain. Each received an automatic life sentence with no parole for 25 years. Judge Robert Marangana calling the act heinous and shameful. His words reported by France 24, echoing the nation's horror. The aftermath saw Canada confront the complexities of honor-based violence, a topic rarely discussed before the Shea case. The trial, covered extensively by the Toronto Star, sparked debates about cultural integration, women's rights, and the challenges faced by immigrant families navigating Western freedoms. Activists quoted for education to combat such crimes, noting that honor killings, while rare, exposed gaps in community support. The victims' graves in Laval, Quebec, became a site of quiet mourning. Their headstones, simple but heavy with loss, visited by classmates and teachers who remembered their vibrancy. Muhammad incarcerated at Millhaven Institution, Tuba at Grand Valley Institution, and Hamd at Kingston Penitentiary maintained their innocence. Their appeals reaching the Supreme Court, which declined to hear the case in 2017, as reported by MLAN's 2019 parole request to visit her mother's grave granted for 5 hours under escort stirred controversy. By September 2025, the She case remains a scar on Canada's conscience. Its legacy, a complex tapestry of grief and reckoning. Rona's memory, less public but no less cherished, lives in the stories of those who knew her kindness. The Rio Canal, once a symbol of Kingston's history, now carries the weight of the tragedy. Its waters a reminder of lives cut short. The Shifia women, their dreams of love and autonomy silenced, endure as a warning. Their story a plea to honor life over tradition, to hold fast to the light in a world where darkness can consume. Story 9. The morning of July 14, 2016, dawned warm and hazy over Bradford, West Yorkshire, where the streets of Manningham hummed with the rhythm of a multicultural city waking to another summer day. The air carried the scent of fresh naan from nearby bakeries and the distant hum of traffic along Leeds Road, a familiar backdrop to a community woven from South Asian traditions and British modernity. In a modest terrace house on a quiet street, its brick facade softened by climbing roses, Samaya Shait packed a small suitcase, her hands moving with purpose as she prepared for a trip to Pakistan. At 28, Samia was a vibrant young woman, her laughter a constant in her family's home, her dreams of building a life of her own tempered by the weight of cultural expectations. Born to Pakistani parents who had immigrated to the UK, she balanced the pull of her heritage with the freedom of her British upbringing. Her life a tapestry of love, ambition, and quiet rebellion. Her decision to travel alone to Pandora, a small village in Pakistan's Punjab province, was spurred by a call from her mother, Imshas BBI, claiming her father, Chaudhry Muhammad Shait, was gravely ill. Samia, ever dutiful, booked a flight, her heart heavy with worry, but buoyed by hope of mending family ties, strained by her choices. But as she boarded her plane at Manchester Airport, her suitcase light, but her mind burdened, she stepped into a trap woven from tradition and betrayal, one that would end in a crime so brutal it would echo across continents, leaving a city grieving and a husband fighting for justice in a world that seemed to turn against him. Samia Shait was born on November 15, 1987, in Bradford, a city of textile mills and vibrant diversity where the South Asian community thrived amidst curry houses and mosques. The daughter of Chaudhry Muhammad and Intisbi, who had left the village of Pandora in Pakistan's Jhelum district for a better life in England. Samaya grew up alongside her younger sister Madaya in a home where Pakistani traditions held firm. Her parents ran a successful limousine and car rental business, their entrepreneurial spirit a source of pride, their extended family operating a fish and chip shop and a flower store embedding them in Bradford's community. Sami, with her bright eyes and quick smile, was a beloved figure in Manningham. Her childhood spent at Nabwood School, where teachers remembered her as a jolly bubbly person who always had a smile. She excelled in her studies, her curiosity about the world leading her to a variety of sales jobs after graduation, from retail at high street stores to call centers, her charm disarming customers with ease. But her true passion was makeup artistry, a hobby she pursued with skill. Her Instagram filled with vibrant looks she created for friends, her hands steady with a brush. Her creativity, a quiet rebellion against the expectations of her conservative upbringing. Samia's life was a delicate balance between her Pakistani heritage and her British identity. Her family, devout Sunni Muslims, attended mosque regularly, their home filled with the aromams of Eid feasts, biryani kheer, and sweets shared with neighbors. Samia respected these traditions, her faith a guiding light, but she also embraced the freedoms of Bradford's multicultural streets. Her love for fast cars, a secret she indulged away from her parents' watchful eyes. By her mid-20s, the pressure to marry grew, a cultural expectation her parents enforced with quiet insistence. In 2012, at 25, she agreed to an arranged marriage with her first cousin, Chaudhry Mohammed Shakil, a match orchestrated by her parents to uphold family ties. The wedding held in Pakistan was a grand affair. The village alive with music and color. Sami dressed in a glittering lehenga, her smile radiant in photos, but her eyes distant as if sensing the weight of the choice. Shakil, a reserved man stayed in Pakistan while Samia returned to Bradford. Their marriage strained by distance and a lack of emotional connection. His immigration papers stalled in bureaucratic limbo, leaving them worlds apart. By 2013, Samia's heart had wandered. Her chance meeting with Syed Mukhtar Kazim at a community event in Bradford, sparking a love that would redefine her life. Mukhtar, a Shia Muslim from Dubai, was soft-spoken and gentle. His conversations with Samia about faith, family, and dreams forging a bond that felt like home. In 2014, Samia made a bold choice. She converted from Sunni to Shia Islam, a decision that stunned her family, who saw it as a betrayal of their values. She filed for divorce from Shakil, a move that required immense courage. Her parents' disapproval a heavy shadow over her joy. She and Mukhtar married in a quiet ceremony in Leeds. Their love a defiant act against tradition, though Samia kept it secret from her family. Fearing their reaction, they moved to Dubai, where Samia worked in sales for an online travel company. Her life with Mukhtar filled with small joys. Walks along Jumeirah Beach, late-night talks about starting a family. Her laughter a melody in their modest apartment. But her family's anger simmered, their calls laced with guilt, urging her to return to Pakistan to mend ties. Their disapproval a constant pressure she couldn't escape. Samia's decision to keep her marriage secret was born of fear. Her family's adherence to the cultural code a visit honor, a force that governed their lives. In Pandora, where reputation was paramount, her divorce and remarriage to a Shia man were seen as a stain on the family's standing, a dishonor that demanded correction. Her father, Chaudhry Mohammed Shait, a respected figure in both Bradford and Pandora, and her ex-husband Shakil nursed a grudge, their resentment fueled by the whispers of relatives in the village. In early July 2016, Imtiaz called Sami, her voice urgent, claiming her father was critically ill, a heart condition leaving him near death. Samia, ever the beautiful daughter, booked a flight to Islamabad, her worry outweighing her unease. She confided in her friend Aisha, texting, "Pray I come back alive." Her words a chilling premonition of the danger awaiting her. On July 14th, she landed in Islamabad, the heat enveloping her as she traveled 90 miles to Pandora, a village of narrow lanes, mud brick homes, and mango orchards, where the air was thick with dust and the weight of tradition. Samia's arrival in Pandora was met with warmth, her family greeting her with embraces, their smiles masking a plan that had been set in motion. The village, nestled in Jalam district, was a world apart from Bradford, its rhythm dictated by prayer calls and family ties, its streets alive with the chatter of neighbors. Samia stayed in her family's home, a modest house with whitewashed walls and a courtyard shaded by a neem tree. Her days spent visiting relatives, her nights filled with conversations about her father's health, which seemed less dire than she'd been told. She texted Maktar daily, her messages cheerful but tinged with unease, his replies urging her to stay safe. Her mother, Imshaz, and sister Medaya were present, their warmth of comfort. But Shakil, who lived nearby, and her father, whose health appeared stable, were distant, their interactions strained. Sami, sensing tension, planned to return to Dubai early, her intuition warning her of something amiss, though she couldn't name it. The crime that would define the Samia Shahid case unfolded on July 20th, 2016, 6 days after her arrival. Its details pieced together from court documents in Jhelum District Court in the family's home. As the afternoon sun cast long shadows across the courtyard, Samia was alone with Shakil and her father, the rest of the household out visiting relatives. The confrontation, shrouded in secrecy, was sparked by Samia's defiance. Her divorce, her remarriage, her conversion to Shia Islam, all seen as betrayals of the family's honor. According to Abu Bakr, Deputy Inspector General of Police, whose investigation was reported by The Guardian, the murder was a premeditated and cold-blooded honor killing. Shakil, enraged by her choices, drugged her with sedatives slipped into her tea, rendering her defenseless, her body limp as she sat on a sharoi in the bedroom. He then raped her, an act of domination confirmed by forensic evidence. The DNA, a damning link. With her father present, Shakil strangled her with her own dupatta, the scarf tightening round her neck as she fought for breath, her hands clawing at the fabric, her life slipping away in moments. Samia's body was found on the bedroom floor, her eyes open in a final moment of fear, her dupatta tangled around her throat, the scene staged to suggest a heart attack. Her family returning home claimed natural causes, their story delivered with practiced calm. Her body quickly prepared for burial in Pandora's cemetery, a quiet grave under a neem tree. But the lie unraveled swiftly. Maktar in Dubai grew frantic when Samia's phone went silent, his calls unanswered, his texts unread. He contacted Bradford police, his voice breaking as he explained her trip, her fears, her silence. He reached out to Nez Shaw, a local MP and family friend who wrote to Pakistan's Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif on July 25th urging an investigation. Her letter reported by The Independent citing an honor killing. The pressure amplified by Bradford's Pakistani community forced Pakistani authorities to act, their initial reluctance giving way to a full inquiry. The investigation, led by BH and the Punjab police, was meticulous, uncovering a trail of deceit. An autopsy ordered under international scrutiny revealed strangulation as the cause of death. Bruises on Samia's neck and sedative traces in her blood contradicting the heart attack claim. Forensic evidence, DNA from the rape, fibers from the dupatta, and Shakil's fingerprints on a teacup pointed to his guilt, while phone records showed coordination between him and Samia's father, suggesting complicity. An uncle and a local policeman accused of falsifying medical documents to support the heart attack story were arrested but later bailed. Shakil was detained on July 28th, his confession admitting to drugging and strangling Samia, though he claimed it was a moment of passion driven by her dishonor. Chaudhry Muhammad Shahed, held as an accessory, denied involvement. his role less clear but damning in the eyes of investigators who believed he sanctioned the act to restore family honor. The case exposed the grim reality of honor killings in Pakistan, where cultural norms sometimes clashed with legal reforms. Until 2016, such crimes could be mitigated by blood money laws, allowing families to pardon killers dragged through hell. Bradford's Pakistani community rallied, vigils lighting up Manningham, candles flickering outside Samia's family home, their tears a tribute to her vibrancy. In Pandora, the village was divided, some defending the family's honor, others condemning the crime. The shame casting a pall over the community, demanding accountability in a system often slow to act. The trial held in Jhelum District Court in 2018 was a media storm covered by media. The courtroom, a stark room with peeling paint, was packed with reporters, activists, and relatives. The air heavy with tension. Shakil, charged with murder and rape, stood defiant. His confession, a cornerstone of the prosecution's case, led by advocate Manaf. Forensic reports detailed the brutality, bruises on Samia's neck, sedative in her blood, DNA linking Shakil to the assault. Mukhtar, unable to attend due to visa issues, testified via video, his voice breaking as he shared Sami's text to Aisha, "Pray I come back alive." The words, a haunting exhibit that silenced the room. Samia's father, charged as an accessory, was released on bail in December 2016, a decision that sparked protests in Bradford. The lack of direct evidence sparing him trial. He died in January 2018, his role unresolved, leaving Shakil as the primary accused. The defense argued Shakil's actions were impulsive, a cultural reaction to Samia's dishonor, claiming the sedative was meant to calm her, not kill. But the prosecution, bolstered by Boucher's findings, painted a picture of premeditation. The coordination between Shakil and Samia's father evident in their cause. The stage seen a calculated cover-up. In 2019, Shakil was convicted of murder. The judge, citing the cold-blooded nature of the crime, sentencing was delayed, his appeals stalling justice. And as of 2020, the case remained untried. The verdict, when it came, brought relief, but no closure for Mukhtar, who returned to Dubai, his life a shadow of what it had been with Samia. The aftermath saw Bradford and Pandora mourn in different ways. In Manningham, vigils lit up the streets, Samia's friends and neighbors leaving flowers at her family's home. Now empty, media retreating from public view. Nash, Shaw the MP, pushed for UK-Pakistan cooperation. On Honor Killings Murdered for Love, Sami Shahid aired in 2018, which traced the case's impact. Its footage of Bradford's Camilit vigils, a testament to Samia's light in Pakistan. The case fueled reforms activists citing Sami death to demand stronger enforcement of the 2016 laws, their voices amplified by international pressure. By September 2025, the Samia Shahid case remains a wound, its scar visible in Bradford's quiet streets and Pandora's dusty lanes. Shakil, incarcerated in Jhelum, awaits final sentencing. His appeals, a lingering shadow. The legal delays a source of frustration for activists. Samia's grave under the neem tree in Pandora is tended by a cousin. Its simple marker a quiet reminder of her life. Mukhtar, now 35, visits Bradford yearly. His talks at community centres, a call to challenge honor-based violence. His love for Samia, a fire that never fades. Pakistan's slow progress in prosecuting such crimes. Samia's story, a blend of love and tragedy, endures as a testament to her courage. Her death a call to fight for freedom, to honor those who dare to love against the odds in a world where tradition can kill. Story 10. The city of Osaka, Japan. Pulsed with life under the neon glow of its bustling streets, where tradition and modernity collided in a symphony of light and sound. It was the summer of 2006, and the humid air clung to the skin of those who navigated the narrow alleys of Domba, where the scent of takoyaki and the chatter of tourists filled the night. Amid this vibrant chaos, in a quiet apartment in the Higashisaka district, a tragedy was unfolding, one that would unravel the lives of a family and captivate a nation with its shocking brutality. At the center of this story was Santoshi Vamatsu, a 3-4-year-old mother whose disappearance and the horrifying truth that followed would expose a darkness hidden beneath the surface of an ordinary life. This is the tale of the Santoshi Vamatsu case, a story of love, betrayal, and a crime that shook Japan to its core. Santoshi Vamatsu was a woman who embodied the quiet resilience of so many in Osaka. Born in a small town in Na Prefecture, she had moved to the city in her 20s, drawn by the promise of opportunity and a life beyond the rice fields of her childhood. With her delicate features and warm smile, Santoshi had a way of putting people at ease, her soft-spoken nature masking a fierce determination. She worked as an office administrator at a local electronics firm, her desk adorned with photos of her 2 children, 8-year-old Aiko and 5-year-old Kenji. Santoshi was a devoted mother, her days revolving around her children's school schedules, their laughter a constant in the small but tidy apartment she shared with her husband, Hiroshi. Hiroshi Vamatsu, 38, was a man of contrasts. A sales manager at a mid-sized trading company, he was known for his charm and ambition, his tailored suits and easy smile winning over clients with ease. To colleagues, he was a hard worker, always ready with a joke or a kind word. But at home, Hiroshi's demeanor could shift, his temper flaring over small slights, a late dinner, a misplaced bill. Santoshi, ever the peacemaker, bore the brunt of his frustrations, her friends later recalling how she would brush off their concerns with a quiet, "He's just stressed from work." Yet there were signs of strain in their marriage, whispers of arguments that echoed through the thin walls of their apartment building, though Santoshi never spoke of them openly. On July 12, 2006, the rhythm of the Vamatsu household was disrupted. It was a Wednesday, the air heavy with the promise of rain, and Santoshi had spent the morning preparing bento boxes for Aiko and Kenji before walking them to school. Neighbors saw her return home around 8:30 a.m., her figure a familiar sight in her light blue sundress, her hair pulled back in a neat ponytail. She was expected at work by 9 o'clock, but she never arrived. Her supervisor, a kind but meticulous woman named Yuko Tanaka, called the apartment when Santoshi didn't show up, but the phone rang unanswered. By noon, Yuko alerted Santoshi's emergency contact, her sister Emi, who lived in Kyoto. Emi Nakamura was Santoshi's confidant, a vibrant woman with a sharp mind and a protective streak. The sisters had always been close, sharing secrets over late-night phone calls and weekend visits. When Emi received the call from Yuko, a knot of worry tightened in her chest. She tried Santoshi's cell phone, but it went straight to voicemail. Emi called Hiroshi, who was on a business trip in Tokyo, or so he claimed. His voice was calm, almost detached, as he said he hadn't heard from Santoshi since the previous evening. She was fine when I left, he told Emmy, promising to return to Osaka that night. But something in his tone, a slight hesitation, a lack of urgency, set Emmy's nerves on edge. By evening, Emmy was in Osaka, standing in the Vamatsu apartment with a growing sense of dread. The space was eerily quiet, the children at a neighbor's house after school. Satoshi's purse sat on the kitchen counter, her keys and phone inside untouched. A half-finished cup of tea sat on the table, its surface clouded with neglect. Emmy noticed small details. A pair of shoes missing from the entryway, a drawer slightly ajar in the bedroom. She called the Osaka Prefectural Police, her voice trembling as she reported her sister missing. She wouldn't leave her kids, Emmy said, her words a plea as much as a statement. Something's wrong. The police response was swift, led by Detective Kenji Sido, a seasoned investigator with a reputation for dogged persistence. S was a wiry man with sharp eyes and a quiet intensity, his years on the force teaching him to trust his instincts. He arrived at the apartment with a small team, their presence a stark contrast to the stillness of the space. The absence of any sign of a struggle was puzzling. No blood, no broken furniture, no signs of forced entry. Yet, the untouched purse and phone suggested Soshi hadn't planned to leave. Stowe interviewed neighbors who recalled seeing Hiroshi's car, a silver Toyota sedan, parked outside the apartment late the previous night. Despite his claim of being in Tokyo, as the investigation unfolded, Osaka buzzed with concern. Missing person flyers appeared across. Higashi Osaka, Santoshi's gentle face staring out from telephone poles and train stations. Local news outlets, including NHK and Asahi Shimbun, covered the story, their reports tinged with the quiet urgency of a community desperate for answers. The Vamatsu children, Aiko and Kenji, were shielded from the media by Emmy, who took them to stay with her in Kyoto. Aiko, a perceptive girl with her mother's eyes, asked repeatedly, "Where's Mama?" Her question hung in the air unanswered as Emmy struggled to hold back her own fears. Detective Sido focused on Hiroshi, whose alibi was unraveling. Hotel records in Tokyo showed he had checked out 2 days earlier than he claimed, and his company confirmed he had no scheduled meetings on July 11th or 12th. When Sato brought him in for questioning, Hiroshi was composed, his answers rehearsed. He insisted Santoshi had been acting strangely, perhaps overwhelmed by the pressures of motherhood. She might have needed a break, he said, his voice smooth but unconvincing. Sad noted his lack of emotion, the way his hands remained steady, his eyes avoiding contact. It was the demeanor of a man hiding something. The breakthrough came on July 18th, when a jogger in the Nagai Botanical Garden, a sprawling park on the outskirts of Osaka, stumbled across a disturbing scene. In a dense thicket, partially hidden by underbrush, was a large plastic storage bin, its lid sealed with duct tape. The jogger, a college student named Ryo Takahashi, called the police, his voice shaking as he described the foul odor emanating from the container. When Sido and his team arrived, they opened the bin to find a body badly decomposed but identifiable through dental records as Santoshi Vamatsu. The cause of death was strangulation, the marks on her neck indicating a brutal, deliberate act. That had been purchased at a local hardware store bore no fingerprints, but its contents told a story of calculated cruelty. The discovery transformed the case into a homicide investigation, and Hiroshi became the prime suspect. S's team worked tirelessly, piecing together a timeline. Surveillance footage from a convenience store near the Vamatsu apartment showed Hiroshi purchasing duct tape and cleaning supplies on July 11th. hours before Satoshi's disappearance. His car was spotted on a highway camera near Nagai Park in the early hours of July 12th, contradicting his Tokyo alibi. Most damning was a search of the apartment conducted with a warrant which uncovered traces of Satoshi's blood in the bathroom, carefully cleaned but detectable under luminol. The evidence pointed to a crime committed in the home with Hiroshi as the orchestrator. Hiroshi was arrested on July 20th, 2006, charged with murder. The news sent shockwaves through Osaka, a city where violent crime was rare. Satoshi's family was devastated. Emi speaking to Asahi, Shinbin struggled to reconcile the man she'd known with the monster accused of killing her sister. He was family, she said, her voice breaking. How could he do this? Io and Kenji, now in Emi's care, were too young to fully grasp the loss, but their grief was palpable. Their small hands clutching Satoshi's photos as they asked when she would come back. As the investigation deepened, a troubling picture of Hiroshi emerged. Colleagues revealed his financial troubles, including debts from risky investments that Satoshi had opposed. Friends of Satoshi confided that she had been planning to leave Hiroshi, tired of his controlling behavior and frequent outbursts. A co-worker recalled Satoshi mentioning a life insurance policy Hiroshi had taken out on her, a $2 million payout that raised red flags. The motive was becoming clear. Hiroshi, drowning in debt and facing the prospect of losing his wife, had seen murder as a way out. The trial began in March 2007 at the Osaka District Court, presided over by Judge Hiroshi Tanaka, a stern but fair jurist known for his attention to detail. The courtroom was packed, the air thick with tension as prosecutors laid out their case. Lead prosecutor Aiko Yamada, a formidable lawyer with a reputation for precision, presented a compelling narrative. Hiroshi had strangled Satoshi in their apartment, likely during an argument, then meticulously cleaned the scene and disposed of her body to collect the insurance money. This was not a crime of passion, Yamada told the jury, her voice steady. It was a cold, calculated act of greed. The defense, led by attorney Kenzo Mai, argued that the evidence was circumstantial. Mai, a seasoned lawyer with a flair for theatrics, suggested that Satoshi's death could have been the work of an unknown intruder, pointing to the lack of a murder weapon or eyewitnesses. Hiroshi took the stand, his voice soft but unconvincing as he claimed innocence. I loved my wife, he said, his eyes fixed on the floor. I would never hurt her. But his testimony crumbled under cross-examination, his lies exposed by the weight of the evidence. The trial lasted 6 weeks, each day a painful reminder of Soshi's absence. Emi sat in the front row, her face a mask of grief and resolve, determined to seek justice for her sister. On April 25, 2007, the jury delivered its verdict. Hiroshi Vamatsu was guilty of murder. The courtroom was silent as Judge Tanaka sentenced him to life in prison, describing the crime as a betrayal of the deepest kind. Hiroshi showed no emotion, his face blank as he was led away in handcuffs. The aftermath of the trial left Osaka changed. Satoshi's family struggled to rebuild, with Emi taking on the role of mother to Aiko and Kenji. The children, now living in Kyoto, carried the weight of their mother's loss. Their innocence, forever, were altered. The community, once defined by its vibrant energy, grappled with the reality that evil could lurk behind a familiar face. Hiroshi, incarcerated at Osaka prison, maintained his innocence, granting occasional interviews to tabloids where he spun tales of conspiracy. But the evidence and the jury's verdict told a different story. The Satoshi Vamatsu case is a haunting reminder of the fragility of trust and the devastating cost of betrayal. In the neon-lit streets of Osaka, where life moves on, her memory lingers. A testament to a woman whose love for her children was unbreakable, even in the face of unimaginable darkness. The case is not just a story of crime and punishment, but a poignant reflection on the human heart, its capacity for love, and the shadows that can consume it. Story 11. The wind howled through the narrow streets of Freiburg, Germany, on a chilly November evening in 2009, carrying with it the faint scent of pine from the Black Forest nearby. The city nestled at the foot of the Schlober Hill was a picturesque blend of medieval charm and modern vitality. Its cobblestone alleys lined with half-timber-bird houses and bustling student cafes. In the quiet suburb of Has, where tidy gardens and modest homes spoke of a peaceful life, a tragedy was unfolding. One that would shatter the illusion of safety and plunge a community into a maelstrom of grief and suspicion. At the heart of this storm was Stefan Meyer, a 42-year-old software engineer whose ordinary life concealed a darkness that would unravel in a single horrifying act. This is the story of the Stefan Meyer case, a tale of betrayal, desperation, and a crime that left Freiburg grappling with the fragility of trust and the devastating cost of hidden pain. Stefan Meyer was a man who seemed to embody the quiet dependability of Freiburg's middle class. With his wire-rimmed glasses and unassuming demeanor, he blended seamlessly into the city's rhythm, a familiar face at the local bakery or the weekly farmers' market in Monsterplatz. Born in a small village in Ben-Werenberg, Stefan had moved to Freiburg in his 20s to study computer science at the prestigious Albert Luigs Universität. He was brilliant, his professors said, with a mind that could unravel complex code as easily as others tied their shoes. After graduating, he landed a job at a local tech firm, developing software for medical equipment, a role that suited his meticulous nature and quiet ambition. By 2009, Stefan's life appeared stable, if unremarkable. He lived in a modest two-story house on Haslocker Strasse with his wife Anna and their 2 children, 10-year-old Lucas and 7-year-old Sophie. Anna, 39, was a kindergarten teacher, her warm smile and gentle patience a perfect complement to Stefan's reserved nature. To neighbors, the Meyers were the picture of suburban contentment, Anna tending her rose garden, Stefan coaching Lucas's soccer team, the children's laughter echoing through the backyard. But beneath this facade, cracks were forming, invisible to those who saw only the surface. Anna was the heart of the family, her energy binding them together. She was a woman of quiet strength, her dark hair often pulled back in a loose bun, her eyes crinkling with warmth when she laughed. She loved her job, finding joy in the chaos of a classroom filled with 5-year-olds, and she doted on Lucas and Sophie, reading them bedtime stories and planning weekend hikes in the Black Forest. But friends noticed a change in Anna in the months leading up to November 2009. She seemed tired, her usual spark dimmed by a weight she wouldn't name. "It's just work," she'd say with a forced smile when pressed. But her best friend, Katron, sensed something deeper, a shadow that lingered in Anna's eyes. Stefan, too, was under strain, though he hid it well. His colleagues at the tech firm noticed he'd become more withdrawn, his focus slipping during meetings. He spoke less of his family, a departure from his usual stories about Lucas's soccer games or Sophie's latest art project. Financial records later revealed the source of his stress. Mounting debts from a failed investment in a tech startup coupled with a mortgage that stretched their budget thin. Stefan had always prided himself on providing for his family, But the pressure was mounting, and Anna's suggestion that they downsize their home had sparked heated arguments, their voices carrying through the walls late at night. On November 3rd, 2009, the fragile balance of the Maya household shattered. It was a Tuesday, the sky heavy with grey clouds that promised rain. Anna had spent the morning at the kindergarten, her laughter mingling with the children's as they painted autumn leaves. She returned home around noon to prepare lunch, expecting Stefan to join her after a morning at the office. The children were at school, their backpacks slung over chairs in the kitchen, a quiet reminder of the life they shared. But when Anna's sister, Lena, called the house that afternoon to confirm plans for a weekend visit, there was no answer. Lena, a nurse living in Munich, thought little of it at first. Anna was often busy with errands or grading papers. But when calls went unanswered into the evening, Lena's unease grew. By 8 p.m., Lena contacted the Freiburg police, her voice tight with worry. "Anna always picks up," she told the dispatcher. "Something's not right." Officer Markus Weber, a young but diligent policeman, was dispatched to the Haslocker Strasse house. The street was quiet, the only sound the rustle of leaves skittering across the pavement. Weber knocked on the door, its green paint gleaming under the porch light, but there was no response. A neighbor, Frau Schmidt, peered out from her window, her face pale as she told Weber she hadn't seen Anna all day, though Stefan's car had been in the driveway that morning. Weber and his partner, Officer Sabine Klein, entered the house with the help of a spare key from Frau Schmidt. Inside, the air was still, the silence oppressive. The living room was tidy, a half-finished puzzle on the coffee table, Sophie's crayons scattered nearby. But in the kitchen, Weber's flashlight caught a glint of something wrong. A smear of blood on the tile floor, partially cleaned, but unmistakable. Upstairs, in the master bedroom, they found Anna, her body lying on the floor, her dark hair matted with blood. She had been stabbed multiple times, the wounds brutal and precise, suggesting a frenzied attack. The room was otherwise undisturbed, the bed neatly made, Stefan's laptop open on the desk. The discovery sent shockwaves through. The police sealed off the house, its windows glowing with the eerie blue of police lights as neighbors gathered, whispering in disbelief. Anna Meyer, the beloved teacher, the devoted mother, was gone. The Freiburg Police Department, led by Chief Inspector Hans Keller, a grizzled investigator with a reputation for thoroughness, launched a homicide investigation. Keller was a man of few words, his weathered face a map of the cases he'd solved and those he hadn't. He stood in the Meyers' kitchen, his eyes scanning the bloodstain, and knew this was no random act. This was personal, he told his team, his voice low but certain. The immediate focus fell on Stefan Meyer. He was nowhere to be found, his silver Volkswagen Passat missing from the driveway. His phone was off, his office reporting he hadn't shown up for work. Keller's team interviewed neighbors who recalled hearing raised voices from the Meyer house the previous night, a common occurrence in recent months. Lena, devastated by her sister's death, arrived in Freiburg, her grief tempered by a fierce determination to find answers. She told Keller about Stefan's recent mood swings, his stress over money, and Anna's quiet confessions that their marriage was unraveling. She was going to leave him, Lena said, her voice trembling. "She told me last week." The investigation moved quickly. On November 5th, 2009, Stefan's car was found abandoned in a parking lot near the Freiburg Hauptbahnhof, the city's main train station. Inside, police found traces of Anna's blood on the passenger seat, along with a knife wrapped in a blood-soaked towel, later confirmed as the murder weapon. CCTV footage from the station showed Stefan purchasing a ticket to Hamburg on the morning of November 3rd, his face pale and drawn, a duffel bag slung over his shoulder. The footage was grainy, but there was no mistaking his glasses, his hunched posture, the look of a man on the run. Keller issued a nationwide alert, and the German media seized on the story, ran front-page headlines. Freiburg, mother slain, husband missing. The case gripped the nation, its details both shocking and intimate. A family man turned killer, a mother taken from her children. In Freiburg, the community rallied around Lucas and Sophie, now staying with Lena, their small faces etched with confusion and grief. The local church held a vigil, candles flickering in the shadow of the Freiburg Minster as mourners prayed for Anna's soul and justice for her killer. On November 7th, Stefan was apprehended in Hamburg, found hiding in a cheap motel under a false name. He offered no resistance, his eyes hollow as he was handcuffed and flown back to During questioning conducted by Keller in a stark interrogation room, Stefan was eerily calm, his voice flat as he recounted the events of November 3rd. He claimed the argument had started over money, as it often did. Anna had threatened to leave, to take the children and start over. "I couldn't let her," he said, his words chilling in their simplicity. He described grabbing a kitchen knife, the act of blur of rage and desperation. Afterward, he'd cleaned the house, driven to the train station, and fled, hoping to disappear. The evidence was overwhelming. Forensic analysis confirmed Anna's blood on the knife and in Stefan's car. Neighbors testified to the couple's escalating arguments, and financial records revealed Stefan's debts, including a $200,000 loan he'd hidden from Anna, a life insurance policy on Anna, taken out 6 months earlier, suggested a possible motive, though Stefan denied planning the murder for financial gain. "It just happened," he told Keller. But the meticulous cleanup and his flight to Hamburg told a different story. The trial began in June 2010 at the Freiburg Regional Court, presided over by Judge Ella Mueller, a jurist known for her fairness but unflinching approach to violent crime. The courtroom was packed, the air heavy with anticipation. Prosecutor Anna Schmidt, a sharp-witted lawyer with a knack for storytelling, laid out a compelling case. Stefan had killed Anna in a premeditated act driven by financial desperation and fear of losing his family. She presented the knife, the blood evidence, and the CCTV footage, painting a picture of a man who had calculated every step from the murder to his attempted escape. The defense, led by attorney Klaus Becker, argued that Stefan's actions were a crime of passion, not premeditation. Becker, a seasoned lawyer with a reputation for empathy, portrayed Stefan as a man overwhelmed by stress, pushed to the breaking point by a failing marriage and crushing debt. Stefan took the stand, his voice breaking as he spoke of his love for Anna and his regret. "I didn't mean to hurt her," he said, tears streaming down his face. But his words rang hollow against the brutality of the crime, and the jury's faces remained impassive. The trial lasted for weeks, each day a painful reminder of Anna's absence. Lena sat in the front row, clutching a photo of her sister, her grief a quiet force in the courtroom. Lucas and Sophie, shielded from the proceedings, stayed with their grandparents in Munich, their lives forever altered. On July 15, 2010, the jury delivered its verdict. Stefan Meyer was guilty of murder. Judge Mueller sentenced him to life in prison, describing the crime as a profound betrayal of trust. Stefan showed no emotion, his gaze fixed on the floor as he was led away. The aftermath of the trial left Freiburg scarred. Anna's family struggled to heal, with Lena taking on the role of mother to Lucas and Sophie. The children, grappling with the loss of both parents, one to death, the other to prison, found solace in small routines like painting with Lena or kicking a soccer ball in the park. Freiburg, a city that prided itself on its peace, grappled with the reality that such horror could unfold in its midst. Stefan, incarcerated at Mannheim prison, faded from public view, his name a footnote in a tragedy that defined a community. The Stefan Meyer case is a haunting reminder of the fragility of the human spirit, the weight of unspoken burdens, and the devastating consequences of a moment's rage. In the quiet streets of Freiburg, where the Black Forest whispers its ancient secrets, Anna's memory lingers, a testament to a woman whose love for her children was unbreakable, even in the face of unimaginable betrayal. The case is not just a story of crime and punishment, but a poignant reflection on the shadows that can lurk behind a familiar face and the enduring strength of those left to carry on. Story 12. The autumn wind whispered through the golden fields of Bannock County, Idaho, on a quiet September evening in 2006, carrying the faint scent of sagebrush and the promise of cooler days. In the small town of Pocatello, where the rolling hills met the endless sky, life moved at a gentle pace. The kind of place where neighbors left their doors unlocked and teenagers gathered at the local diner to share milkshakes and dreams. But on September 22, 2006, in a house on Whispering Cliffs Drive, a darkness descended, one that would shatter the innocence of a community and leave a scar that time could not heal. At the center of this tragedy was Cassie Jo Stoddard, a 16-year-old girl whose bright spirit and quiet strength made her a beloved daughter, friend, and sister. This is the story of the Cassie Jo Stoddard case. A chilling tale of friendship betrayed, youth corrupted, and a crime that exposed the fragility of trust in a small town. Cassie Jo Stoddard was the kind of girl who left an impression, not through loud gestures, but through the warmth of her presence. With her chestnut hair and wide, expressive eyes, she had a smile that could light up a room, a quiet confidence that drew people to her. A junior at Pocatello High School, Cassie was a straight-A student, her notebooks filled with neat handwriting and doodles of stars. She loved art, often sketching landscapes of the Idaho hills, and dreamed of becoming a veterinarian, her gentle nature perfectly suited to caring for animals. To her family, her parents Brent and Allison, and her younger brother Andrew, Cassie was the glue that held them together, her laughter a constant in their modest home on the edge of town. Pocatello was a place where everyone knew everyone, its 50,000 residents bound by a shared sense of community. Cassie's life revolved around school, her part-time job at a local pet store, and her close-knit group of friends. Among them were Matt Beckham, her 16-year-old boyfriend, and two classmates, Tori Adam Chick and Brian Draper, both 16. Matt was a lanky boy with a shy smile, his devotion to Cassie evident in the way he carried her books or waited for her after class. Tori and Brian, on the other hand, were an odd pair, best friends since childhood. They shared a fascination with movies, particularly horror films, and often talked about becoming filmmakers. Tori was the quieter of the two, with a mop of dark hair and a reserved demeanor, while Brian was more outgoing, his wiry frame and quick vit masking a restless energy. To outsiders, the four teenagers seemed typical, hanging out at the mall, joking about teachers planning weekend adventures. But beneath the surface, tensions simmered. Tori and Brian had grown increasingly obsessed with the darker side of their cinematic dreams. Inspired by films like Scream and the Colleen Massacre, which they referenced in hushed conversations, Cassie, ever trusting, saw them as friends, unaware of the twisted fantasies taking root in their minds. Matt, more perceptive, had begun to feel uneasy around Tori and Brian, sensing their behavior was becoming erratic, but he brushed it off as teenage quirks, not wanting to upset Cassie. On that fateful Friday, September 22nd, 2006, Cassie was house-sitting for her aunt and uncle, Allison and Frank Contreras, at their home on Whispering Cliffs Drive, a secluded property surrounded by open fields. The house was a modern two-story, its large windows offering views of the distant mountains, a perfect retreat for the Contreras family and their 3 dogs, which Cassie had agreed to care for while they were out of town. She invited Matt over to keep her company, and they planned a quiet evening of watching movies and ordering pizza. The solitude of the house, far from Pocatello's main streets, felt cozy to Cassie, a chance to play grown-up while caring for the animals she loved. Around 6 p.m., Tori and Brian showed up unexpectedly, their arrival unannounced, but not unwelcome. Cassie, always hospitable, invited them in, and the 4 settled in the living room, the glow of the TV casting flickering shadows across the walls. They watched a horror movie, laughing and joking, though Matt later recalled an odd tension in the air. Brian's nervous energy, Tori's unusual silence. After about an hour, Tori and Brian announced they were leaving to catch a late showing at the local theater. They hugged Cassie goodbye, their footsteps echoing on the gravel driveway as they left. Matt stayed a bit longer, reluctant to leave Cassie alone. But around 1000 p.m., he too headed home, promising to call her later. He kissed her goodnight, unaware it would be the last time he saw her alive. The next morning, September 23rd, Allison Contreras returned home and found the house eerily quiet. The dogs were restless, pacing near the basement door, and the air felt heavy, as if the house itself held its breath. Allison called out for Cassie, her voice echoing unanswered. As she descended the basement stairs, her heart sank. There, on the cold concrete floor, lay Cassie, her body lifeless, surrounded by a pool of blood. She had been stabbed 29 times. The wounds a brutal testament to the violence that had taken her life. Allison's scream shattered the silence, and she stumbled outside to call 911, her hands trembling as she dialed. The Bannock County Sheriff's Office responded swiftly, led by Deputy Sheriff Karen Hall, a seasoned investigator with a reputation for compassion. Hall arrived at the scene, her boots crunching on the gravel as she surveyed the house. The basement was a horrific tableau. Cassie's body, clad in her favorite black sweater and jeans, lay near a couch, her sketchbook open to a half-finished drawing of a dog. There were no signs of forced entry, no fingerprints, no obvious clues. But the sheer brutality of the attack suggested a personal motive. Holt's heart ached as she looked at Cassie, a girl who could have been her own daughter, and she vowed to find the killer. The news of Cassie's murder spread like wildfire through Pocatello, shattering the town's sense of safety. The newspapers ran a front-page story, and local TV stations broadcast images of the Whispering Cliffs house, now cordoned off with yellow police tape. Cassie's family was devastated. Brent, a quiet man who worked as a mechanic, collapsed in grief, while Allison, a school secretary, clung to Andrew, their 13-year-old son, who struggled to process the loss of his big sister. The community rallied, holding vigils at Pocatello High School, where students left flowers and notes at Cassie's locker, their tears a silent tribute to a girl who had touched so many lives. Hall and her team worked tirelessly interviewing Cassie's friends and family. Matt was the first to be questioned, his grief palpable as he recounted the events of September 22nd. He mentioned Tori and Brian's visit, noting their abrupt departure, and his voice broke as he admitted he should have stayed with Cassie. Holt's instincts sharpened when she spoke to Tori and Brian, who were brought in separately on September 24th. Both boys seemed nervous, their stories rehearsed. Tori claimed they'd gone to the theater, while Brian said they'd driven around after leaving the house, but their alibis didn't hold up. The theater had no record of their attendance, and a gas station clerk reported seeing them near Whispering Cliffs Drive around midnight. The investigation took a chilling turn on September 25th when police searched Brian Draper's home and found a videotape that would become the case's most damning evidence. The tape recorded by Brian and Tori captured their planning and execution of Cassie's murder, a horrifying document of their descent into darkness. In grainy footage, they discussed their obsession with horror movies, referencing the Colleen killers as inspiration. They spoke of wanting to make history, their voices a mix of bravado and nervousness. The tape showed them at the Whispering Cliffs house earlier that evening, laughing as they unlocked a basement door to ensure easy re-entry. After leaving Cassie and Matt, they filmed themselves in a car, giggling about their plan to return and scare Cassie. The final clips recorded after the murder showed them driving away, Brian's voice shaking as he said, "We just killed Cassie. I stabbed her in the throat." Story 12. The tape was a gut punch to the investigators. Hall, who had seen her share of violent crimes, felt a chill as she watched the boys' casual cruelty, their lack of remorse. The evidence was irrefutable. Along with the tape, police found a knife sheath in Tori's bedroom stained with Cassie's blood and a pair of gloves hidden in Brian's car, also bearing traces of her DNA. The boys were arrested on September 26th, charged with first-degree murder and conspiracy. The arrest stunned Pocatello, where Tori and Brian were known as quirky but harmless teens. Their yearbook photos a stark contrast to the monsters revealed on the tape. The trial began in April 2007 at the Bannock County Courthouse, a modest brick building that became the epicenter of the town's grief. The courtroom was packed with Cassie's family sitting in the front row, their faces etched with pain. Prosecuting attorney Mark Hedman, a veteran lawyer with a steady presence, presented a meticulous case, playing the videotape for the jury. The footage was devastating. Gasps filled the courtroom as the boys' voices echoed, their callous laughter a knife to the heart of everyone present. Hedman argued that the murder was premeditated, a twisted fantasy brought to life by two boys who craved infamy. They wanted to be famous, he told the jury, his voice heavy with disgust. They took Cassie's life to make a name for themselves. Tori and Brian were tried separately, each defense team attempting to shift blame. Tori's attorney, Greg Levitt, argued that his client was a follower manipulated by Brian's dominant personality. Brian's lawyer, David Martinez, claimed the opposite, portraying Brian as a troubled teen swept up in Tori's scheme. Both boys took the stand, their voices trembling as they expressed remorse, but their words felt hollow, overshadowed by the tape's chilling evidence. The juries deliberated for mere hours before delivering guilty verdicts on April 17th for Tori and April 24th for Brian. Judge Robert Naff sentenced both to life without parole, calling the crime heinous and beyond comprehension. The aftermath of the trial left Pocatello forever changed. Cassie's family struggled to find peace, their home now a shrine to her memory with her sketches framed on the walls. Matt, haunted by guilt, left Pocatello for college, carrying Cassie's memory with him. Tori and Brian, incarcerated at the Idaho State Correctional Institution, faded into obscurity, their dreams of fame replaced by the reality of life behind bars. The community, once defined by its small-town trust, locked its doors a little tighter, its innocence lost to a crime that defied understanding. The Cassie Joe Stoddard case is a haunting reminder of the darkness that can lurk in the hearts of youth, the fragility of friendship, and the enduring pain of a life taken too soon. In the quiet fields of Pocatello, where the wind still whispers through the sagebrush, Cassie's spirit lingers, a testament to a girl whose light was extinguished, but whose memory burns bright, a beacon of love in a town forever marked by her loss. Something's not right. Officer Marcus Weber, a young but diligent policeman, was dispatched to the Haslock-Estasa house. The street was quiet, the only sound the rustle of leaves skittering across the pavement. Weber knocked on the door, its green paint gleaming under the porch light, but there was no response. A neighbor, Frau Schmidt, peered out from her window, her face pale as she told Weber she hadn't seen Anna all day, though Stefan's car had been in the driveway that morning. Weber and his partner, Officer Sabine Klein, entered the house with the help of a spare key from Frau Schmidt. Inside, the air was still, the silence oppressive. The living room was tidy, a half-finished puzzle on the coffee table, Sophie's crayons scattered nearby. But in the kitchen, Weber's flashlight caught a glint of something wrong. A smear of blood on the tile floor, partially cleaned, but unmistakable. Upstairs, in the master bedroom, they found Anna, her body lying on the floor, her dark hair matted with blood. She had been stabbed multiple times, the wounds brutal and precise, suggesting a frenzied attack. The room was otherwise undisturbed, the bed neatly made, Stefan's laptop open on the desk. The discovery sent shockwaves through. The police sealed off the house, its windows glowing with the eerie blue of police lights as neighbors gathered, whispering in disbelief. Anna Meyer, the beloved teacher, the devoted mother, was gone. The Freiburg Police Department, led by Chief Inspector Hans Keller, a grizzled investigator with a reputation for thoroughness, launched a homicide investigation. Keller was a man of few words, his weathered face a map of the cases he'd solved and those he hadn't. He stood in the Myers kitchen, his eyes scanning the bloodstain, and knew this was no random act. This was personal, he told his team, his voice low but certain. The immediate focus fell on Stefan Meyer. He was nowhere to be found, his silver Volkswagen Pat missing from the driveway. His phone was off, his office reporting he hadn't shown up for work. Keller's team interviewed neighbors who recalled hearing raised voices from the Meyer house the previous night, a common occurrence in recent months. Lena, devastated by her sister's death, arrived in Freiburg, her grief tempered by a fierce determination to find answers. She told Keller about Stefan's recent mood swings, his stress over money, and Anna's quiet confessions that their marriage was unraveling. She was going to leave him, Lena said, her voice trembling. She told me last week. The investigation moved quickly. On November 5th, 2009, Stefan's car was found abandoned in a parking lot near the Freiburg Hauptbahnhof, the city's main train station. Inside, police found traces of Anna's blood on the passenger seat, along with a knife wrapped in a blood-soaked towel, later confirmed as the murder weapon. CCTV footage from the station showed Stefan purchasing a ticket to Hamburg on the morning of November 3rd, his face pale and drawn, a duffel bag slung over his shoulder. The footage was grainy, but there was no mistaking his glasses, his hunched posture, the look of a man on the run. Keller issued a nationwide alert, and the German media seized on the story, ran front-page headlines. Freiburg, mother slain, husband missing. The case gripped the nation, its details both shocking and intimate. A family man turned killer, a mother taken from her children. In Freiburg, the community rallied around Lucas and Sophie, now staying with Lena, their small faces etched with confusion and grief. The local church held a vigil, candles flickering in the shadow of the Freiburg Minster as mourners prayed for Anna's soul and justice for her killer. On November 7th, Stefan was apprehended in Hamburg, found hiding in a cheap motel under a false name. He offered no resistance, his eyes hollow as he was handcuffed and flown back to Freiburg. During questioning conducted by Keller in a stark interrogation room, Stefan was eerily calm, his voice flat as he recounted the events of November 3rd. He claimed the argument had started over money, as it often did. Anna had threatened to leave, to take the children and start over. "I couldn't let her," he said, his words chilling in their simplicity. He described grabbing a kitchen knife, the act of blur of rage and desperation. Afterward, he'd cleaned the house, driven to the train station, and fled, hoping to disappear. The evidence was overwhelming. Forensic analysis confirmed Anna's blood on the knife and in Stefan's car. Neighbors testified to the couple's escalating arguments, and financial records revealed Stefan's debts, including a $200,000 loan he'd hidden from Anna, a life insurance policy on Anna, taken out 6 months earlier, suggested a possible motive, though Stefan denied planning the murder for financial gain. "It just happened," he told Keller. But the meticulous cleanup and his flight to Hamburg told a different story. The trial began in June 2010 at the Freiburg Regional Court, presided over by Judge Ella Mueller, a jurist known for her fairness but unflinching approach to violent crime. The courtroom was packed, the air heavy with anticipation. Prosecutor Anna Schmidt, a sharp-witted lawyer with a knack for storytelling, laid out a compelling case. Stefan had killed Anna in a premeditated act driven by financial desperation and fear of losing his family. She presented the knife, the blood evidence, and the CCTV footage, painting a picture of a man who had calculated every step from the murder to his attempted escape. The defense, led by attorney Klaus Becker, argued that Stefan's actions were a crime of passion, not premeditation. Becker, a seasoned lawyer with a reputation for empathy, portrayed Stefan as a man overwhelmed by stress, pushed to the breaking point by a failing marriage and crushing debt. Stefan took the stand, his voice breaking as he spoke of his love for Anna and his regret. "I didn't mean to hurt her," he said, tears streaming down his face. But his words rang hollow against the brutality of the crime, and the jury's faces remained impassive. The trial lasted for weeks, each day a painful reminder of Anna's absence. Lena sat in the front row, clutching a photo of her sister, her grief a quiet force in the courtroom. Lucas and Sophie, shielded from the proceedings, stayed with their grandparents in Munich, their lives forever altered. On July 15, 2010, the jury delivered its verdict. Stefan Meyer was guilty of murder. Judge Mueller sentenced him to life in prison, describing the crime as a profound betrayal of trust. Stefan showed no emotion, his gaze fixed on the floor as he was led away. The aftermath of the trial left Freiburg scarred. Anna's family struggled to heal, with Lena taking on the role of mother to Lucas and Sophie. The children, grappling with the loss of both parents, one to death, the other to prison, found solace in small routines like painting with Lena or kicking a soccer ball in the park. Freiburg, a city that prided itself on its peace, grappled with the reality that such horror could unfold in its midst. Stefan, incarcerated at Mannheim prison, faded from public view, his name a footnote in a tragedy that defined a community. The Stefan Meyer case is a haunting reminder of the fragility of the human spirit, the weight of unspoken burdens, and the devastating consequences of a moment's rage. In the quiet streets of Freiburg, where the Black Forest whispers its ancient secrets, Anna's memory lingers, a testament to a woman whose love for her children was unbreakable, even in the face of unimaginable betrayal. The case is not just a story of crime and punishment, but a poignant reflection on the shadows that can lurk behind a familiar face and the enduring strength of those left to carry on. Story 12. The autumn wind whispered through the golden fields of Bannock County, Idaho, on a quiet September evening in 2006, carrying the faint scent of sagebrush and the promise of cooler days. In the small town of Pocatello, where the rolling hills met the endless sky, life moved at a gentle pace. The kind of place where neighbors left their doors unlocked and teenagers gathered at the local diner to share milkshakes and dreams. But on September 22, 2006, in a house on Whispering Cliffs Drive, a darkness descended, one that would shatter the innocence of a community and leave a scar that time could not heal. At the center of this tragedy was Cassie Jo Stoddard, a 16-year-old girl whose bright spirit and quiet strength made her a beloved daughter, friend, and sister. This is the story of the Cassie Jo Stoddard case, a chilling tale of friendship betrayed, youth corrupted, and a crime that exposed the fragility of trust in a small town. Cassie Jo Stoddard was the kind of girl who left an impression, not through loud gestures, but through the warmth of her presence. With her chestnut hair and wide, expressive eyes, she had a smile that could light up a room, a quiet confidence that drew people to her. A junior at Pocatello High School, Cassie was a straight-A student, her notebooks filled with neat handwriting and doodles of stars. She loved art, often sketching landscapes of the Idaho hills, and dreamed of becoming a veterinarian, her gentle nature perfectly suited to caring for animals. To her family, her parents Brent and Allison, and her younger brother Andrew, Cassie was the glue that held them together, her laughter a constant in their modest home on the edge of town. Pocatello was a place where everyone knew everyone, its 50,000 residents bound by a shared sense of community. Cassie's life revolved around school, her part-time job at a local pet store, and her close-knit group of friends. Among them were Matt Beckham, her 16-year-old boyfriend, and two classmates, Tori Adam Chick and Brian Draper, both 16. Matt was a lanky boy with a shy smile